so we'll open the meeting or reconvene the meeting at 9:48 a.m. All right, who wants to start here? Do you want to?
Do we have any apologies?
We've got apologies for lateness from Katarina Hodge and Mikhail Downard.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure, but Clive was still sitting on that whole briefing meeting, so I'm not sure. Is he online, Dave? Sorry. No, he was still sitting in that old meeting.
Does somebody want to?
So was I.
Does somebody want to send him a text and let him know to pull or to come into this, join this meeting? That would be great. All right, Mr. CE.
Look, I don't think I'll slow things down by saying much other than just a reminder that this is the meeting at which you make decisions on the annual plan for next year. There will be a later opportunity to set the rates, but this is the opportunity to have the debate, consider the feedback on the consultation documents and the submission and so on, and make decisions. Janine, you might want to just clarify any matters around that.
Nothing. Maybe we just flick on to the first slide, Dave, because I think that will guide us in terms of where we are now, how we got there, and where we need to get to next. So I guess in terms of full council, this process actually probably started back in December when we gave you a briefing on what was coming forward in the draft annual plan. We had our decision-making meeting in terms of the draft budget back in February. Workshopped the consultation document with that being approved in March, and over the month of April undertook that public consultation. Through that period, number of activities around advertising through a combination of print and digital channels, the consultation document, hard copies and online, face-to-face event in Kaiawa and Facebook Live. As the Chief Executive said yesterday, a day of hearings both in Paeroa and here in Hamilton, and we are at deliberations today. Obviously, we have a backup meeting of a day available on Thursday if needed. And then from here, we're into the process of formally adopting the annual plan, planned for the 24th of June with a backup date of the 26th of June to do that. So just a little bit of a recap on where we've been and where we're going.
Nice roadmap. Well done.
Chris, was there anything else that you wanted to say? Okay, cool. So we'll get straight into it then once Dave's got his Coke opened. So in terms of this meeting, again, just reinforcing that comment in terms of this is your opportunity to make decisions. Obviously, there were a range of matters that were included in the consultation document and presented for public feedback. The major ones of those being in relation to the simplification of our public transport rating across the region, also the introduction of the new rate for the Wharikawa coast, changes to our fees and charges, which is an annual process that we work through, and formalising the rates remission policy for the primary industry compliance rate, which for the first year of application has been done through the general rate remission, but with a bunch of criteria set by council in adopting the long-term plan. Some other matters are obviously the consideration of the recommended changes that have been presented by staff through the Chief Executive submission, the consideration of the potential application of the prior year surplus, again a matter that was noted within the consultation document that you would address as part of your budget setting process, and finally the approval of the overall annual plan budget, noting based on what is presented to you in this agenda results in a slightly reduced increase in rates revenue from current ratepayers of 5.7% against the draft annual plan that was set at 5.9%. So I guess with no further ado, we will launch straight into the first topic, which is around simplifying public transport rating. So I shimmy to the side and Phil and the team can.
I think we've got a presentation, so can we do the presentation and then do a straw poll?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This paper is to do with the simplification of public transport rating in the Waikato. So you'd be aware that as part of the annual plan consultation process, we went out with two options. Option one, which was every property pays the same, and option two was the same as option one, but with a capital base charge in Hamilton. So we had 118 submissions received on the proposal. In an overall sense from those submissions, 59% supported option one and 33% supported option two. Staff have gone through a process where we've looked at the two options that we've got on the table today. We have come back with a recommendation that we proceed with option two, and that's a capital base charge. That's based on a couple of things. One has been the unanimous support for option two from Hamilton City Council that we heard about yesterday. It's also the fact that the majority of properties, I think around 74%, will pay less in Hamilton under option two. And the third point, I think, for us was that it represents the least amount of change in terms of rates for Hamilton residents. And it's consistent with how Hamilton has been approaching their rating in a general sense. The report that's been provided has a lot of detail in terms of the submissions that we received. Just to note also that of the submissions we received from Hamilton, so 79% of submissions were from Hamilton, 59% preferred option one and 36% preferred option two. So, Madam Chair, the report, I'll take it as read, but there's a fair bit in that report, but I would stop there and open up for discussion.
Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian and Kim, for all your work on this. I really do appreciate all the time that we have taken to have that pre-consultation with our TA partners alongside the annual plan consultation process as well. I appreciate that staff have changed their recommendation from option one to option two, and given my reading and research and listening to Hamilton ratepayers themselves, there is a lot of pain out there with rates increases at the moment, and option two does provide, as you have said, that consistent approach, and 75% of Hamilton properties is a significant number of properties to be affected by a negative change. So I would be happy to move the staff recommendation of option two.
Do I have a seconder on that? I've got a mover and Councillor Strange, seconding Councillor Nebon. Did you want to see a straw poll?
No, I would like to understand. Staff brought a proposal to us in our early draft and creation of the consultation document, which was to support option 2, that was overruled by council and that went out for consultation. The community, which is who I value, not necessarily the councillors, because councillors are quite good at telling the community what's good for them as opposed to listening to the community. And there's 59%, which it's not a significant, 80% would have been good, but 59%, 8% not knowing what they want, have said, we want option 1. And is this social engineering? Are we really into that? I suppose, maybe we are, but reality for me is, why aren't we listening to the community? And the community says they want 59%. So can I actually have an explanation? Because there's no detail on here other than Hamilton City saying that they want equitable, which is not the same as equality. So it's again making that, as I said yesterday, it proliferates the nonsense that higher value homes have wealthier occupants. That's not always the case. So I would like to understand why, and now that that's been moved and seconded, I would have moved in the opposite direction, but it's a direct negative. So we need to lose this motion that's now on the books to actually put option 1. So I invite my colleagues to actually listen to what the community has asked for, not necessarily 14 councillors or however many they have. Thank you.
Yeah, given that option 1 and option 2 are the same everywhere outside of Hamilton City, I'm really keen to hear from Hamilton City constituent councillors on this one. Councillor Hughes.
Look, I fully support what Councillor Noel Smith has stated. I cannot believe that our staff would ignore wishes of the constituents. 59% to me is a compelling answer. We've certainly accepted submissions with a lesser percentage than that. They've been carried by this council. And I just cannot see for life of me why we need to listen to what our constituents are telling us, go for option 1. But I'm just a lone voice around the table. I can tell you now I'll be voting against option 2. Thank you.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, can I just note my frustration? I did indicate to Democracy Services at yesterday morning's annual plan hearings that obviously I was taken out of the picture for the afternoon session with my role as co-chair of the Hauraki Golf Forum, but I was told that the recordings would be available of that section of the session. I checked 7 o'clock last night, they weren't available, and again this morning, no recordings have been put up on site of that second piece. So if you'll forgive my ignorance on where we've got to with this process, but I originally believed that there was the possibility of option 2 for Hamilton and option 1 for the rest of the region. Is that not available now?
Option 2 is
That's
the same. Option 1 and option 2 are the same everywhere outside of Hamilton City.
Yeah, but my understanding was there was a possibility for Hamilton itself to be on option 2 and the rest of the region to be on option 1, if that's what some of the feedback was. Is that option?
That is what option 2 is. Okay. Option 2 is a CV rate in Hamilton and a per property rate everywhere else.
Okay, no, that clarifies it. No, thank you.
And as I understand, the live streams from yesterday's meeting are on YouTube because I've seen them.
They're not accessible through the council website.
Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, I always find these things challenging because we get statistics put in front of us, but we do need to think about what those statistics mean. So only 118 submissions. Now, we know it's a fairly large city, Hamilton, and the proportion of people who are affected here that have submitted is extremely low. It's so low, in my mind, statistically not significant. I talked to my constituents, and I also very carefully went through the submissions that were made and noted the names of particular people who I knew lived in Hamilton. You've got some data, though, that you presented on how many of those submissions did relate to Hamilton. Anyway, look, to cut to the chase, while I see that a majority of people, 59%, did support option one, I think the City Council, as part of their process, are also talking to their constituents. I'm talking to mine, and I'm going to support option two.
Councillor Graf.
Just, just on Warren's point, just to be clear, regardless if it was option one or option two, everyone outside of Hamilton will be paying the same, regardless if it was either one. Is that correct? Hamilton
That's correct.
City? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Just wanted to be sure on that. Thanks.
Did you want to indicate, Councillor Graf? Did you have?
No, I'm just waiting to hear. I'm waiting to hear everyone's answers. Thanks, and questions.
Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking to support the motion that's up because for some of the things that have already been said, which I don't need to repeat too much, but I did the maths really quickly, and 93 Hamiltonians out of the 190,000 that there are is, if I just round it, 0.05% of the population. And I have been around long enough listening to clever people like our Director of Science Policy and Information, who's got lots of experience around hearings and submissions, and says it is not necessarily the number of submissions, it is the merit and quality of those submissions. And I've read all of them. I've got a whole lot of notes of what Hamiltonians have said, which make sense to me. And what it really boils down to is that if you care about rates impact on low-income households, then you would vote for this to be capital value for Hamilton. I support the flat rate in the wider areas because it's a relatively small number compared to the 278 or so. It's in a different league, and it is for simplicity, and sometimes you want that simplicity. But when it is making such a big impact for 3/4 of the Hamilton population, that would be negative in the context of a cost of living crisis, the Hamilton City rates, which I'm sure the Hamilton City Council considered when they came to their unanimous decision, because they certainly hear a lot of it, then it just seems obvious that you would want to make a decision that benefits the majority of people. So I don't like the accusation of not listening to the community just because a 0.05% statistic is thrown about. I think that our staff have taken all the evidence into consideration with their recommendation, and that's where I'm falling at the moment.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, I'm supporting option two. The idea there's a 59% of the 118 formal submissions support option one is because a lot of those people live in rural areas where option one will continue regardless if we vote for option two, because 80% of the buses are in the Hamilton area. We're preserving the status quo and the way it's always been. So there's not going to be sudden rate rises in areas where there didn't used to be. So in Hamilton, and I think it's just logical to follow what the Hamilton City Council unanimously decided. They're split left and right, and if they all agree on something, we should just follow with what they want. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this matter?
Look, I just offer someone in support of what I seconded, but I think that Bruce's point, Reece, the statistical relevance of those votes is probably one of the key issues here. Yeah. So
Could you, yes, Janine.
Madam Chair, just another consideration for council and landing, depending on the outcome, around the current rate remission policy that is in place for properties with a capital value above 5 million. Under the preferred option and through consultation, which was a uniform rate, that remission policy wouldn't be required. Under option 2 of retaining capital value, I'd suggest that council does need to continue to consider some sort of relief for the highest value properties. That policy has been on the basis that there's a point at which the benefit does not continue to increase in line with the property's value. So that would just be another consideration. It's not reflected there within the resolutions, but I think it would be something that we perhaps need to come back to council in June with the revised wording for a remission policy. Just didn't want to lose that point through this conversation as well.
So on that point.
On that point,
Yeah,
Councillor.
so I was just going to say, I really agree with that, Janine. Thank you for raising it. We heard a few other things throughout the hearings yesterday about tweaks to things with the model, and I recall we talked about that there might be the need, once that things are implemented, to review them, and I think we've talked about things like annual, that type of thing. So depending on where we land with something like that, depending on where we land on exact boundaries for things, I think if we go into a cycle like we have with the fair review to be annual, then we can continue to refine this model to make it work for all the little things that might have been, still need some tweaking. Thank you.
Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Totally understand where you're going with that. It'd just be where the fair number is to put that on because I'd imagine if where you cut that off, then that would go back to the bottom line again. So that there'd be a rate increase at the bottom again over the lot, everyone again to even that out again. So it'd be just.
So through the chair, we currently have budget provision for the rates remission and our annual revenue and expenditure. If you went with option 1, it would actually be a reduction because there wouldn't be a remission. So we do have that provision in there. It's a few years ago that we revised or took a look at the $5 million threshold. It used to be 2, but looking at the growth in property values, we did an adjustment to that. It's a judgment call there in terms of where you set that line of eligibility.
So how many homes in Hamilton would be exceeding $5 million?
So it will predominantly be your industrial commercial. So I think some of the examples were the likes of the Te Rapa Dairy Factory. That was a case in point at the time that the remission policy was set up. Do they continue to get value across equivalent to the total rates that they pay, or does that sort of...
So it doesn't relate to housing at all, it's more industrial. Yeah, it'd be interesting when you do that evaluation of should it actually be back down at $2 million or a lower figure completely. That's what I'd like to understand that in the future. Yeah.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Madam Chair, I just wonder if you've just confused us all. We're just voting on option 1 or option 2 now, and there's a subsequent vote on fees and policies, and is that it's an implication
of this decision that's referenced in the report, because it does change depending on which option you go with.
Right.
If it's option 1 that's uniform, then there's current budget provision for rates remission that wouldn't actually be required. If you go with option 2, I think there's some simplification of the wording within the policy that we could bring back to you in June. Just don't want that to be lost in part of this decision making.
Councillor Strange.
Janine, I really appreciate your clarity around that and bringing that to our top of our minds as well. Yeah, but I also have comfort that when we do look at that rates for emission policy, that that will have our full attention and we can get the best best outcome for all our residents. So, yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. And I suppose when I'm considering this, like I say, I'm considering the feedback from the Hamilton councillors. You know, you're best placed to understand the constituents that this particular either option is going to impact on the most. And I suppose that I'm focusing in on, again, the unanimous support from Hamilton City Council. It's not often you get unanimous support out of Hamilton City, so I was really very impressed with that. And also just pointing out that with option 2, 74% of the Hamilton ratepayers will be paying less. So if we are concerned about the cost of living and the impact that that has on our ratepayers, that should be a considerable part of our consideration. I think. All right, we've got a mover and a seconder for this motion. Can are all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Yep, we'll record that. Thank you. All right, next.
So I've got Wharikawa. Greg, sorry, are you presenting on? Madam?
Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. Thank you. This is a momentous occasion for the Wharikato Coast, and so it's quite exciting to bring this proposal to you at this point. Following quite a long, I guess, process for this community, and you would have heard from the couple of submitters yesterday the benefit that this new rate will provide. So just to recap, Wharikato Coast on Kaiawa is currently not a targeted rate area. We have been working with the community quite closely with Hauriki District Council and Waikato District Council in formulating a new, I guess, plan for the area under the community plan that was put together by all the councils and adopted by the councils. This is a subset of that community plan, and we were tasked with developing a new river and catchment rate for the Wharikato Coast area to help manage some flood risk on that community. So just to recap, Madam Chair and councillors, we went out for submissions with 2 options. Option 1 was a differential rate between the higher area, which is the catchment in the hill country, and also I guess a higher risk area, but with a higher risk near the coast. And so we received 22 submissions back from the community, including our stakeholders. In the summary of that, 82% supported the establishment of the proposed rate, which is great. And we had 8 submissions received from residents and ratepayers, 2 preferred option 1 and 4 preferred option 2, and 2 did not indicate. Noting that the stakeholders, including the district councils, did favour option 1, which is the staff recommendation. So the recommendation is that on balance, taking into effect the submissions that we did receive, we are proposing to proceed with option 1, subject to some refinements, which you'll see in your papers highlighted by Hauriki District Council, where there is an existing land drainage area that has already been targeted rate for Pacific work. And so we believe that the simplified way around that is to demarcate that area back to an indirect rate, because they will still receive some benefit from the upper catchment work, and it would also preferred some overlap with the targeted rate that Hauriki District Council have already got in place. And so, yeah, so we'll leave it there, Madam Chair, and happy to elaborate and provide answers to any questions that might arise from Council. Thank you.
Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Just a question, because our paper was going into a fair bit of detail on option 1A and option 1B, but was relatively quiet on the, like, should we go with option 2? Could you explain a bit more about that one?
Yeah, sure. So the question is around why are we favouring option 1, and I guess given that we had some feedback on option 2. So
yeah, in context of the Hauraki district issue and how we would resolve that.
Yep.
If it was option 2, for example.
Yeah. So I guess talking to staff yesterday, Madam Chair, we feel that by applying the differential rate between the high and low area, it is actually consistent with existing funding policies that we have with Waihao Piako. Given that the administration base for this new area will be the team on the Hauraki Plains through the Paeroa team. We also believe that it better reflects the benefits received in those areas. So the work that will be done in the upper catchment will largely be around the, I guess, the retirement of land from grazing, stabilising the land from erosion, reduce sedimentation, of course, where that water will flow down into the lower areas, and it will also help improve water quality. The area with the higher benefit, which is nearer to the coast, will benefit from the river work in the sense that it will help reduce flooding by reduced sedimentation. It will also allow obstructions of debris and also provide clearer ways through the outlets. And bearing in mind that the key issue of this area is that the outlets have not been cleared on a systematic basis, and so they do require quite a lot of clearing because of natural processes with littoral drift, storm damage, and just the nature of the sedimentation that comes down off the hills. So we believe option 2 will not truly reflect those benefits between the two areas of the catchment, the high and the low. And I think it also simplifies what Hauraki District Council have highlighted around that flood protection area, which they call flood protection, but they will probably look at relabelling that land drainage just to ensure that the terminology is aligned, that it demarcates that the service is going to be provided by council. So while we will reduce the rate or the income from that 150, it will not have any impact on the overall service provided to that area.
Okay, thank you for that. I do like that there would be a consistency with the existing funding policies, and I'm very mindful that there will be the ICM funding review coming up anyway in a year or 2 or 3. And so my utmost priority is to get the rate in place. I didn't get we didn't get a lot of feedback from the community. I worked out, even just in Kaiawa itself, let alone the whole Wharekauā coast, I think population's about 500 people. So if all of the 8 from that area came from that town, that'll only be 1.5%. It just didn't give us a hell of a lot of steer. And so the aspects you're raising of how this is really workable, I think is a good guide. So I'd be happy to move the staff recommendation on this one. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Just asking.
I'll second that.
That shows consistency with our previous decision, Madam Chair, where we don't listen to submitters. I had to say it.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, just wanted to check with you. I heard you suggest that Hauraki District indicated a preference, but in the documents we've got, they didn't indicate a preference.
I understand indicated option 1 to support the 2-tiered rate. Yes.
Okay, it's not in our. Thanks.
No,
and I just wanted to say to councillors that we think we're important, and that we've had 2 years of work with this community, hundreds of thousands of dollars spent developing plans, multi-stakeholder groups, and an excellent consultation process on this, including digital campaign, formal letters to iwi, a flyer drop, a targeted Facebook post, advertising in the compass, meetings, consultation documents distributed to regional libraries and emails, and we get 8 people.
Yeah. When introducing a new rate.
So it's a bit good, particularly when you're actually planning to charge them money. Well, which and they probably did, the flyer drop. So Yeah, just on this, I think of the 6 people who actually made submissions on this, I think it's logical to suggest that those that are on the coast possibly are getting a better benefit than the ones higher up, because that's where the river work's going to be done. So it's on that basis I'd support option 1.
So just to be clear, this is the refined option 1. Councillor Smith, and I've got Councillor Mahuta, and then I've got Councillor Strange. No, we're shaking our heads now. No, no. All right, Councillor Mahuta.
I'll just add to Ben's kōrero. This is the third triennium with this community that we've been trying to do something. And they've been uncomfortably sat between 3 to 4 council, since then. So initially they wanted to know who to blame. It was 9 years ago. Then they got all the people they wanted to blame last triennium. So thank you for being the ones that they can find a solution with. But it was always going to be uncomfortable because it's the first time it's rated for. Mine would be understanding, so we're really clear because it's not noted. What are the, I guess, improvements? Can it be stated in the resolution? What are the enhancements? Just so that there's no mythology around it. On river management.
River management program, yeah. So it's a new river management program for the Wharekauā coast.
It's river and catchment.
River and catchment, yes.
Management.
Yeah.
We can pop that in, it's fine.
Yeah, just for specificity, I totally support it, but just so no one brings up other things that we're thinking of. Thank you.
And just to clarify, it's only 150,000.
All right, I've got Councillor Kneebone and then Councillor Marr, Councillor Nicol and Councillor Cookson.
Yeah, it's just a quick comment. The other positive, well, for me anyway, this two-tiered approach is that it helps reflect the true costs of some of those lower lying farm operations, and so yeah, future buyers know what they're getting into, all that sort of stuff.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you. Yeah, just to note that obviously Frank Raweri spoke on behalf of the local marae trust, so there were a lot more people involved in that submission than may see as a sort of a pro forma submission. But yeah, so just that note that was raised yesterday, indicating that there were up to 3,000 shareholders as part of some of their land holdings. Thank you.
Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, thank you for raising that, Warren. I mean, I and you and Councillor Dunbar-Smith have gotten to know Gay and Frank quite well through the process of the last few years, and I'm more than happy to call them to explain, why it might be something different to, they showed up in person and gave us a submission, and so I'm really mindful of their preference, but at the same time, I'm really keen to get the rate set up at all, knowing that there are reviews coming of it anyway. I just want us to thank the whole council for their endorsement of the community plan to originally, get this community up and having one. And then obviously here that we've gotten to this point of having this rate discussed as the first action for regional council to implement that plan. Really appreciative. Thanks.
And Councillor Cookson.
I'm just happy to support option 1.
All right. Oh, yep.
I just wanted to clarify item 3. When I read that, although I've seconded this, I still struggle to understand exactly what it means there. Well, I'm just saying that.
Yep.
What? No. The council note the consequential reduction in rates revenue is 14,490 per annum. The program, what exactly are we defining there? It seems to me we've got That's the admin part of it, is it?
Yep, yes. Well, actually, through you, Madam Chair, so what that is highlighting is that because we're taking a direct rated area to indirect, we're collecting less rate from that area, so there's going to be less collected in, but it means we're not going to be subject to doing physical work in that area.
That's the amendment
Correct.
from the Hauraki district.
Yes, correct.
Maybe we could just include that if you thought as per the amendment. You're happy with it? Okay. Thank you.
All right, we've got a mover and a seconder for this. All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous. Nice. Carried.
Well,
All
Madam Chair, I
right.
just wanted to acknowledge the teamwork that's gone into this too.
Absolutely.
Behind the scenes, so well done to the team. And thank you
Yes.
for council support.
Absolutely. Well done to the team, because as Councillor Mahuta pointed out, this has been a long conversation and at times a very painful conversation, and we're all aware of that. And so thank you for everyone who persevered and worked with the community to come up with an outcome that is acceptable and maps out a way forward. So kudos. Okay.
It's me.
Is this you again?
That's me.
Nice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next decision is in relation to the rates for emission policy in relation to the primary industry compliance rate. I guess just to note that this was really the formalising of some provisions that Council had already set in adopting its long-term plan budget to make sure that the new rating mechanism was applied fairly and equitably. So the provisions within this rates for emission policy have been applied in the current year anyway, but under our general emission policy, this is really formalising it into its standalone policy. As noted, 82% of submissions were in support, so recommendation is to proceed.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'll move that, Madam Chair, if I may. When we discussed this rate last year, it drew a lot of comment from around the region and the feedback we got, and so we moved in this direction. So I think this is just a natural progression of where we should be. So happy to move it. Thank you.
Just want to sure I understand what's going on. What is this? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to second it. And I just wanted to note, though, that during the submission process, what we heard from rural people was that actually there were other elements of rates from emission that we don't, we're formalising something we did as part of the LTP, but we did hear some very interesting commentary from submitters on other aspects of work that they do on their land that perhaps we might be considering for the future for rates from emission. Thank you.
Councillor Kneebone.
Yeah, and I think too, the vibes I got from Alistair yesterday were rates for emission was one potential tool for that council could use. There's other ones too, and I got the vibes he was quite interested in being part of the conversation. So.
Any other comments on this particular motion that's before us? No? All those in favor? Opposed? Unanimous. Yeah. All right.
So this is really another reasonably procedural process that we go through every year in the setting of our fees and charges, probably predominantly in relation to regulatory services and information gathering. So they get adjusted year on year in response to the underlying cost drivers. a handful of submissions received on these, but staff recommendation is to adopt the schedule of fees and charges as contained in the consultation process.
All right. I do want to, just because there's other parts in the staff recommendation that I think there might be more conversation around, I'd like to take care of this one separate before we go on to things like the CE submission. All right. Just to keep it nice and clear. Do I have a mover for the fees and charges?
Yep, happy to move.
Councillor Nicol, do I have a second? Was that Councillor Mahuta? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. It was a loud voice. It was a loud and proud voice. All right. So what I would like to do, councillors, for the next items is I'd like us to work our way through each of the aspects of it and ask all of our questions and get some things out there. And then I'm going to suggest we then take a break before we do any final votes. All right? Sound good? Great. Just trying to do a roadmap like our fabulous Janine did for us earlier. All right, Janine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this slide really just summarises the overall position as is reported in the CE submission, noting that from the subsequent review of the budgets that staff have done since the draft was adopted in February, some savings or reductions have been found and identified that result in a reduction in the total rates revenue required of 678,000 net. So there's some ups and downs within that. That 678,000 means that the increase in rates revenue from current ratepayers would reduce to 5.4%. All of the items in the report. So there are things such as the contribution, so the bringing in-house of the plant pest officers.
Yeah.
It's all of those. The whakamareno Waikato consent monitoring officer, that type of thing. So all of that detail that's included from
So it's
page
included. So
page
so the
45.
Yeah.
Page 45 of your agenda has got the CE submission included there. Outside of those matters that staff have identified, we have included within the CE submission 2 changes that are in response to either previous council resolutions or currently proposed KPIs for the chief executive for the coming year that potentially carry with them a cost depending on the approval process for those. So the 150,000 is around the KPI for the development of an energy strategy, and the 250,000 in response to council's resolution in February to investigate the establishment of an R&D fund to support innovation for flood protection and control work specifically. If those 2 items are added in, that would bring us to 5.7% against the 5.9%.
Janine,
Chris,
can I just clarify that the KPIs, they're proposed and they're going to be coming to council next week for a final decision. One of the proposed ones, which relates to the energy strategy, is contingent on the decision of the 150,000, or it won't be a KPI. That's the recommendation coming from CERC to council next week.
I think the work by staff after that 250 for the research and development has the suggestion, I believe, is that it be widened to not just flood protection, but across the whole organisation. So can we just get clarity on that before we go too much further? Because I think being wider probably has longer term benefits to council should it want to do something.
Yeah, so it's,
Can I just clarify that as well? We've seen previously there were two options. One is the wider research and development fund, and then separately out of the surplus, a water siphon trial for 250. We just need to clarify which one we're talking about here.
Yeah, so just to make it clear, previously council had asked us to go and have a look at a research and development fund for flood protection and drainage purposes. In looking at it, staff have come to the view that if council were to look at a research and development fund, which is, I think Janine refers to as an opportunities fund, it would be better being a council-wide matter that could apply to any of council's business, not just in the flood management and protection and drainage area. And so that's what staff have come back with. If you wanted to do it, would suggest that you put money aside into a fund. And Janine might be able to talk to this a bit more. There would need to be pretty clear criteria if you were going to go ahead with this about how this would occur, and that there would need to be business cases that would come. We don't want to be in the position of necessarily first in, first served, and they get all the money and we've been there before. Janine might want to talk a bit more about the thinking of how, if council wanted to support this idea, how it would occur. And I think this needs to be a completely separate discussion from the idea that there's been a pilot for a siphon. It's a separate matter to this issue.
Dave, can you just flick through a few slides? Because I have got put one in here somewhere, going through that one. So yeah, this is sort of summarising, I guess, I think where we're sitting at the moment, which what the report is addressing is effectively a funding mechanism to establish, as Chris has said, I'm talking an opportunities fund. So that's $250,000 per annum, and from the general rate to be accumulated up to $1 million. Because of the recommended funding source of the general rate, it does mean that would be available more broadly across council's business rather than just being thought about in terms of flood protection and drainage. So there are some advantages to broader thinking, I think, in terms of what this might enable us to do. So that's really all the report is addressing is that mechanism. Work that would still be required if council was supportive of that concept are a couple of things. I think there needs to be a policy developed that really clearly sets out the outcomes that are sought for that type of funding and investment. And then, as Chris has said, for each initiative, a business case would need to be developed for council consideration and approval. The business case really gives us that structure to consider costs, benefit, risks. And I know, with a particular pilot, there's been conversation around the commercialisation. The business case process is the way in which you can actually do that exploration so that council's making a fully informed decision, knowing all of those different elements in terms of an opportunity that might be before it. So we haven't done that decision-making process. We've got a concept around a fund, but it does need that structure to come along with it to make sure that it's really tightly managed to achieve the right outcomes that council's seeking.
I'm gonna continue to have us discuss this, but I did note that you have a number of slides, and I don't know if your intention was to work through all of them or work through them in relation to questions that come up. What was your?
I think what we've done is pulled together some additional slides around the particular areas of inquiry from council yesterday. And so obviously this is one of them. The other one is around the business case funding associated with Te Huia. So that's where we've got some more detail. Happy if you want to keep going down this pathway so that we're on a roll.
All right. I've got Councillor Mahuta, Councillor Cookson, and then Councillor Smith. Councillor Mahuta.
I'm in support of the opportunity of setting up the fund. While I'm in total support, things I've experienced at council is that we commission business cases and we have our best go at an R&D thing, but it's what happens after that. We don't deploy that knowledge again and again and again or commercialise it. So that last point is the most important point for me. And my examples are a lot of the expertise we've developed around the screw pumps and the fish-friendly devices. We're not selling that to anyone else who needs it as well, or, focusing in on that, honing in on the product. And the cappuccino was promised is going to help us clean out the lakes. And the technology works, but we've failed to deploy it because it's hard or not commercial. So while I support the proposition, I'd want to know we're doing it better than we used to do it. And one of the key things I think we should start speaking into is knowledge partners in the region. These have to be partnered outcomes so someone can take it to market, because that's not our day job. It would have been Ag Research ideally or some other CRI. I don't really care who it is, but we're only responsible for part of the journey. The rest has to be taken up by the market or the industry. So, but I support the premise. Kia ora.
Councillor Cookson.
Yeah, totally support what you said there, Councillor Mahuta. I think the establishment of a fund for all of the organisation would be far better than just for ICM. As I was talking, I just, an example, when I was speaking with Chris last night, and I think this puts real relevancy to it, is if a new technology came in, say solar or something like that, that at the moment we're using hard panels, but this one was more like a stick-on plastic on the wall. How do we work out if that technology fits us or not? And that's why a fund like that would be useful, that our council can move forward, put business case ready to go in annual plans and long-term plans far more quickly, that we can move with pace. So that's, I think, what we're asking for. So I hope all of council supports that sort of direction, and I hope the mechanisms of how that funding would be released would be very similar to how the Heritage Fund is run. That there is backups and diligence taking place of how that money is to released and then approved by all of council. So that's where I'd think, anyway, that mechanism is yet to be made and decided how it works, but I'd be hoping that's where we get the direction to go to.
Councillor Smith.
A very small point. I like the issue of accumulated up to 1 million. I'd like to see that provision be provided to top it up as and when required, so that it doesn't just 1 million and it all goes and everything falls over. So if this is successful, I want it to be enduring. So if we can just add something in there about the ability to top up.
So through the chair, that is the intention, but the million's effectively the cap. But if we draw down on it, then the next year we would put it up to $250,000.
So does the recommendation that you probably have done actually provide for the future topping up? I'd like to see that encapsulated as the intent of this council.
That was definitely the intention behind this.
Thank you.
Councillor Clarkson.
Yeah, so thanks for that clarification. This is great, the way that this has been clarified today. My view is, yes, I support it. It has enormous potential, and I emphasise the potential. The development of the policy and the business case will be absolutely critical to whether or not this works. And the business case template will need to be thought about carefully, because this is research and development. So it's a different sort of template. And in particular, I'd like to emphasize the need for partnerships and collaborations with other relevant agencies in our region in particular, including the CRIs, whatever they become,
Yes.
and whatever they become, and making sure that we really get the best brains available to address these issues from this fund. So, yeah, I'll be voting in support of it and looking forward to hopefully some of us might be able to see some of the development of the policies and future business cases across the table. Thank you.
Jennifer.
Thanks. I agree with everything that has been said. Really good points raised. I think I also refer to it colloquially in my head as the agility fund, because it is so frustrating to wait for an annual plan and a long-term plan when you've got a good idea in the 6 all of that. So, and I think that would really benefit local government, and as does innovation, because we're in a really squeezed place with high rates all over the place, and shared services are obviously a good opportunity that we have some mechanisms to explore, but when you've got partnerships and innovation being talked about, that can only be a good thing for local government. So I will support.
Councillor Hughes.
Yeah. Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I agree with what Tipper and Bruce have been saying about this, and some of what Robbie's comments were. My perspective, I see this fund as a core. If we set it up as a core fund, I would expect to see some commercial return from it. I just do not want to see us pouring money into a bucket which gets drained every year and it gets topped up again and we see nothing for it. And I then ask the question of councillors around the table, is this our core business? Is this what we are elected to deliver for our ratepayers? That is the question that drives my decision making. Nice to haves don't cut the mustard. People are not interested. They're interested in what they're getting for the dollars they spend. And this is a lot of blue sky, no guarantees of anything coming out the other end. If somebody can convert it into a commercial business case, then I certainly will support it.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yeah, I have doubts about this. We've been through this process with the Economic Development Fund, which actually didn't work. The criteria weren't set well. We're committing to $250,000 a year for the next 4 years, effectively. So it's an ongoing cost. And I'm confused about the separate proposal for $250,000 for the water siphon trial, which we're being asked for in addition to this. So I'd like some clarity about how that fits into this proposal.
Can I just remind councillors, it was their request for staff to come back with a research and development fund in the first place. That's why it's here. The second part of it was probably born out of a discussion of an opportunity at the time with the water siphon trial or pilot, and I think that we need to separate it, because we came to the view as staff, if council think it's a good idea to do research and development, it should be council wide. I think some of the discussion that's just been had is a very sensible discussion of the caveats that would need to be around it. In terms of the issue that's been on the table that some councillors have asked us to look at, Janine, whereabouts have we got the siphon work and the sort of things?
So through the chair, it's referenced within the same discussion, but as per some of the information shared with councillors before, it's assumed that should that pilot proceed and the cost of it assumes exceeds the money that's going into this fund, then there's a recommendation to look at the prior year surplus to address that gap. But that is a separate funding decision, because I think you'd probably want to put it through some of these business case considerations.
Does that decision have to be made today?
No.
Because we don't know what.
No. I don't believe it does. I think there's the concept here of the R&D fund, opportunities or agility. I think I've referenced agility in the report as well. there's that conceptually, and then I think there's still work that needs to happen over any piloting of a water siphon.
Right. So that
and that would be
could
doesn't
be a
need.
future
I don't think
decision.
it's a decision that council's in a position to actually make today.
Right. Yeah, because we don't have any specifics on that.
If I could just add to that, so there's some unknowns around that project, which we might not need to address today, but we could do if you wanted to. But I guess that the only caveat would be if council were to think that they might like to put into it, and it might not be through the research and development fund, or it might be in excess of that, then the tri-year surplus discussion needs to be considered.
We would, if that was something we wanted to entertain in the future, we would have to ensure that we leave sufficient prior year surplus to allow us to do that.
That would be
should we choose to. Okay. I just want to make sure that councillors are focused on what decisions must be made today versus what are some even potentially hypothetical. Yeah. So, all right. Councillor Nebo.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I support this. I just pretty much agree with all the conversations. Just would flag a bit of concern about expecting a commercial return, Chris, and where I'm going with that is that, you know, there may be a project that would significantly improve the environmental performance of some of our infrastructure, which clearly isn't going to give us a pure commercial return, but it is going to help offset a lot of the challenges that infrastructure is facing, you know. So
I'm thinking about that time we did was it an alteration to the McEwen's pump or something to try to make it fish friendly? Yeah. Because that's something that this could help, right?
Yeah.
And
I think Stu, I think one of the considerations would be co-funding.
Yeah.
So you're actually getting more.
I think, as Bruce said, the devil's in the detail in terms of the way this is all drawn up. So, yeah.
All right. So I'm hearing general support for an R&D fund that has the enduring nature to it, that has a very firm framework around it, that explores commercialization where that's appropriate given the technology we might be considering, and how we partner with others who do R&D as their daily. Right? So this is what I'm hearing. If there is a view that is fundamentally different than what I just summarized, that's what I'd like to now hear. Okay? Or else you can just say, yeah, that's cool. I've got Councillor Clarkson, Nicol Smith, and Dunbar Smith. But I want to focus that conversation.
Yeah, it's somewhat following on from the chair's comments. I mean, I accept the reservations that Ben has outlined and Chris has outlined, but the point is this is a stepwise progressive process. And all we're signing on today to really is to start it and check it along the way. So, you know, I absolutely agree with some of the comments from the reservations. Yeah.
But we'll work through that devilish detail, won't we? In the development of the framework, should this progress?
Yes, so the thought bubble that I think the chair can probably see going across my face is the chicken and egg situation here of the concept and needing to do some work in terms of the development of that and all of the controls with actually making a funding provision this year for it. And whether there's comfort in the inclusion of that 250 straight off the bat, or whether there's some more work that council's wanting or needing to see done first to shore up that request for funding.
Is it possible to say, to make a decision today that says, with a framework that we are comfortable with, we want the inclusion of the 250. So it gives us an opportunity to bring that framework back. Can we do that today?
No, so through the chair today or this week, we're setting the budget, including the rating impacts. So the 250 needs to be either in or out of the decision. Yeah. It certainly won't be used until that other work is done.
Great.
I guess to not do it means there's a 12-month delay in being able to do anything. But just
all right. Again, I think we're all on the same page here.
Yeah.
So unless Councillor Nicol Smith and Dunbar Smith and Marr, unless there is some fundamental difference, do we need to speak? Okay. So I need you, Mike.
And Ben noted the failure of the economic development, and it's not the same insofar as people came to us with their proposals which gave benefit to certain aspects of the region. I see this fund as being driven by the council to benefit its processes and work and so on, and you're gaining efficiencies for council. And then we look for partners and others to come into the fold rather than them coming to us. So I see it as the opposite, and this enables council to be the nimble, as we talked about earlier with Greg. And so, I think we need to make that difference. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Councillor Marr, something different?
Yes, just an impact on staff capability and capacity. Yeah, Janine, so you know where I'm going, to actually develop framework for all this without touching the 250.
Yes, sitting here thinking, great idea, Janine, it not just being flood protection and drainage, but then whose lap does that land in? This is not something that we currently really have expertise in. Certainly, I can use some of my team for, I guess, literature review and looking for some, examples of where this may be. But they are, the level of expertise that's needed is probably something that would need external support just to make sure that we've got things right on it.
All right. What do we got? I still have, Ben, have you got something else you want?
Yes. Two points. One, this is coming out of savings this year.
Not.
This is the accumulated savings was the energy strategy, R&D, and
so
savings.
it's within the chief executive's submission.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. So the question is the 250 automatically going to happen each year until we get to the million? That's a clarification we need to decide, because we've got the money this year, we don't have it for futures. And when is it?
Just to clarify that.
So through the chair, effectively the 250,000 would become part of our budget baseline. So that would then be rated every year for the first 4 years of 250,000, and then if the fund is drawn down on, then whatever rate is required within 250,000 to keep it at the million. Once you've made the decision to include this in your budget, it's in that baseline, and so it won't be a further increase in subsequent years.
No, but we're effectively setting up $1 million fund over 4 years. We're not setting up a $250,000 fund. So I think, we don't necessarily have the funds. And also the question is, when's it going to be available? Is it June 2026? These are questions we don't know the answers to. I don't mind putting 250 in for a one-off to get the thing up and running. I don't really necessarily agree to automatic renewal. Well, no, Janine's just saying it will automatically come in the budget each year until you get to the million.
Yeah.
Can I just try and clarify that as I understand it? Starting from July 1, $250,000 would be put into a fund that will accumulate until anything's drawn down out of a decision's made through a business case and going through a policy process, whatever that is, to approve something, to be able to draw down on it. If there's a drawdown on it, there would be, and it's got to $1 million, if there's a drawdown on it, it will be topped up until it gets back to $1 million. But it doesn't have to get to $1 million before it has its first drawdown. Now, I just want to,
but it would have to get through the business case and the framework that's going to be set up in order to be drawn
So
down.
for instance, once it's set up, in theory, next year, if the policy's in place and there's a business case put together and it came to whatever the decision-making process is within that policy, next year, up to $250,000, there could be a case put. I'm just checking with the Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Is that what you were asking?
Just asking, are we committing to 250 a year for the next 4 years?
Yes, but you can cut it
There's a difference
any year.
between committing to it, but
And
any
actually
future
doing it.
council can stop
Yeah.
it through
The
each of
annual
these
plan
annual
process.
processes.
All right. Again, I think we've summarized the view here. So I would like to move us on to the next topic to talk about. Okay.
I just want to take issue with something that Councillor Smith said. He said this fund is for the benefit of council. It's not. As far as I'm concerned, if it's going to be of any benefit to anyone, it's the ratepayers. That's who should
It's the
benefit.
benefit of council. It is
There's a
to the
subtle
benefit of
difference between-
ratepayers.
There is a subtle
Yes.
difference.
I understood what you meant, Councillor Smith. All right. I really want to.
Just quickly, when it comes back round again, Janine, I don't doubt that other councils have done this to some degree. So could we look at those who might have a maturer model?
Yeah.
And no, just really keen on the progress. Thank you for putting it up, Hilda.
Great.
Madam Chair, may I just get some
Yes.
clarity? I just have a real concern. Obviously, we're another FTE to actually even put this in place. So is that going to come to us as a business case, or how's and is that $130,000? We looked at a process management extra FTE at 130,000. Is that the type of thing that's going to happen here?
So through the chair, I think there is effort and cost associated with the development of a policy and a framework. Once it's beyond that, I don't think that there's an ongoing cost here at all. And I wouldn't say that it was an FTE. I think there is a period of effort to actually establish the notion and to get the settings right, that this is actually going to adequately support council. I think as Councillor Mahuta said, the starting point will be a reach out across the network in terms of, has anyone done this? Is it working? So there is staff time, potentially with the need to supplement that with some external advice and support as well, but not to the extent of time role.
I know it's a piece of string, but ballpark. So I'm looking at, we're going to spend $100,000 to set up a framework for a $250,000 fund.
50,000 is always a good round number.
Okay.
And sorry, Janine, just with my C hat on, because I can see where the question is, and where is that likely to be asked for, or do we have provision for it?
So it is not currently provisioned within any of the numbers that we have provided.
All right. I want to move on. What's the next? Huh? No, we're going to talk about all of these things.
And
then we're going to take a break.
Yeah, and probably just need to do some work around the resolutions in relation to this to make sure that we're reflecting back some of the points that have been made and the clarification that's sought in the decisions taken.
Okay, so we've dealt with that. We had the other thing in the chief executive's submission around the the KPI, the energy strategy. Did anybody want to talk to that? Because that was additional.
Can you just remind me that it's actually required from government to do the strategy, or is it just something? So what's the difference between a strategy and an inventory? Because I think we've done the inventory, haven't we?
We have done the inventory.
And so knowing that the stuff is out there, but we need a strategy. You know, can you give me a 101 on it, please?
I might ask Tracy if she might be able to assist with that, but we have a current regional energy strategy which is kind of somewhat out of date, and that
2008, I think it was.
and that clearly helped with some direction on to harness the best out of the energy resources and its use in the region. What we might need, like policy settings and whatever, which probably served its purpose. And Tracy, I won't go any further than that. Leave it to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chief Executive. So we had completed a regional energy inventory. Oh, sorry, I need to shout. Sorry, can you hear me now? Wonderful. So we completed a regional energy inventory December 2023, I think. We brought that to Council March last year. Got that signed off. That was really a stock take of where we're at. As our Chair and Chief Executive said, the regional energy strategy that we had was at a different time and had different levers and suggested different interventions. We knew at the time that the government was developing a national energy strategy, and we wanted to be masters of our own destiny as opposed to being told what to do with that. We did have some levers that we can pull, and we're very aware that a lot of energy companies deal with the regional council because of who we are and what we do in a regulatory frame, as well as policy development. It was looking at those opportunities also in an economic development space, so not just related to statutory functions, but actually the wider functions of the regional council. What we did, because everybody, strangely enough, has a point of view about energy, is let's get the inventory in place so we actually know what it is. We've also had Blair just do a February 2025 update because we know our energy market's pretty dynamic. Staff were going to do what I classified as a desktop study, a desktop strategy, which would be very scant, very minimalistic, and basically would occur as and when capacity of key staff was available. That's how we had always intended to approach the strategy this year. It was not a priority work program. It was still found to be important, but strangely enough, RM reform and our response to that was felt to be more important, and to make sure we had staff available to do that. What we have looked at is if we were asked to do an energy strategy, that was more than a desktop. What have we got? What do we think? Which is really, it wouldn't have, I don't believe, that energy strategy wouldn't have the heft and mana, a desktop strategy, to engage with our key energy providers to provide direction for our territorial authorities who are also wanting to, I would say, own more of the space than perhaps some of their roles and responsibilities enable, because I think some of those sit with us. We said to do an energy strategy that would have that mana, have that heft with our energy providers, with government. We would be looking at, Janine said 50,000 is a good number, 150 is a good number in terms of finance policy. But putting something together and running a process whereby we are doing this in partnership with some of those key energy providers of the now and the future, as well as project management, because we don't have a lot of people lurking about wanting to do project management and policy and strategy work. So what I do just want to say is there will be a product at the end of the year that will be, I would say, a very minimalistic desktop version. how council wants to use that to have the conversations that we need to have with some of these key players, it will enable the level of conversation we can have. And
Yeah, I want to say I'm opposed to spending this 150,000. I want to reduce rates, not increase them. The genesis of this was that the government was going to be introducing a national energy strategy. So we did the energy inventory so that it could inform them about what was in our region. And it was a great document, 90-page document, well done by staff. The government's now decided it's not prioritising a national energy strategy, so there's less need for a regional energy strategy moving forward, and that the energy inventory we've got can inform the spatial planning. So when this was originally discussed, it came up as a CE KPI when the national energy strategy was sitting on the table. So I think it's moved forward simply because it's sitting as a KPI for the CE. And when we originally discussed it with you, it wasn't going to cost anything. It was going to be the internal energy strategy. The other thing is that in dealing with the energy sector, dealing with the generators, they actually don't like someone telling them what a strategy is going to be, and they're very competitive. They don't want to say this is where the wind farm's going to be and this is solar energy here, because everyone's going to buy up the same sorts of farms. So it's not necessarily something that's easy for council to do. So I would just say there's 150,000 you can save.
Councillor Mahuta.
No, I think Ben's brought it up. I just wanted to say that MB is the lead agency. What's their commitment to helping us do something with this? But I do understand why we need one, because we are the powerhouse of the country, of the North Island anyway. So wanting to sit with us, having really great information so we can deploy, but knowing that there's a Crown agency more responsible than us. I just don't want to pay twice for the same effort.
So just checking again, does this 150, is the proposal that this comes out of prior year surplus, or is this a separate writing thing? Is there an opportunity for it to come out of prior year surplus? Just noting we don't want rates to go up. Just
so through the chair, if it's a one-off cost, then there would be the opportunity to consider it through the prior year surplus. At the moment, we've assumed that it's included within the plan budget.
Right. Okay. I just want to make sure that we have that option in our minds.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Nicol.
Thanks for that, Chair Story. I do think that this isn't an ongoing piece, and so it could be considered under prior year surplus. My concern is, or my reasoning that I bring to this, because I do support the finishing of an energy strategy for the region, is that we said in our strategic direction 3 years ago, goals for success by 2025, deliver an updated energy strategy. And I would like to deliver on the things we say we're going to do. The inventory happened quite some time ago now. It was part of a KPI in the first part of this triennium. I'm mindful, I don't want to lose the value of that inventory over time by having done it, putting it all on the shelf, and then having to pick it up again, maybe when central government feels like it. I mean, I find it ridiculous that central government is going for growth and not prioritising an energy strategy. It's just silly. I think it's what the stats I've got in my head is like, there's like 99.6% correlation between energy and GDP. So if that's what they want, I just don't get the not prioritisation part of it. So while we have the inventory current, while we are the central powerhouse of the North Island and, you know, a large part of New Zealand's energy contribution, it feels like the type of thing that we should be really good at. And we know we have spatial planning work underway. So simply an inventory for that will still mean extra work to make that a layer on the spatial plan, I would imagine. So keeping this going, I just think it's consistent with everything else we're funding. There's also a whole lot of commentary I see around the place of where should solar go? Should it go on the farms and what kind of class of land? Should it go on commercial buildings? A bit of direction, a bit of certainty for developers and business, at least from us, since they're not getting it elsewhere, would be useful. I have advocated for a kind of an 80-20 rule in the past. This does not have to be the best energy strategy and New Zealand has ever come up with, in any part of it. But having something to be delivered that's a little bit more than the desktop, but more would just be so in line with what we're doing. So I think if we are a growing region, energy use will grow. We hear signals that energy is in winter a real problem. I think there's a lot of benefits to this, up to this amount being spent, to give some more certainty in an uncertain world and some guidance as to what we want to see in the Waikato and where, so that we grow smart and not just wherever. I'll just leave it there.
All right. I wanted to take a little biology break, but just foreshadowing. We've still got a Tahuya conversation to have. We've got the salary and performance remuneration conversation to have, and we have the prior year surplus conversation to have. So we will take a very short break, 5 minutes, and then we'll come back, have those 3 conversations, then we'll take another break before we make final decisions. All right, so we will adjourn the meeting. It is 11:19.
It was supposedly 5, Ben, but you know what 5 looks like?
We'll reconvene the meeting. It's 11:29. Oh, have we got Janine? Have we got Madam Moneybags? Oh, maybe we should wait. Maybe we should wait for the director of finance. Okay. All right. We will we'll continue on with our Tahuya discussion. This was sort of on the back of a few questions that came out of yesterday's meeting, just wanting to make sure councillors understand what's being asked through the CE submission. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you say, we put together a few slides here to try and address some of the questions that were asked yesterday around the request for Tahuya in the CE submission. So this particular slide here, it just sort of articulates the numbers. So the first column there is what was in the draft annual plan. The second column is what the change request is in the CE submission. And the third one is the total cost of funding, and that articulates the $450,000 that we need to prosecute, I guess, the business cases around Tahuya moving forward. So that's just in terms of the numbers. I'll go over to the next slide and just quickly talk about the Tahuya program. Now, I've just covered. I've also got James Llewellyn online as well, and James is our technical expert who's been working with us on the Tahuya business case. This is a broad outline of the three key projects that we've got for Tahuya. We understand, of course, that this has been spoken about at length at some of our committees, and the request in the pack, the report in the pack, was endorsed by the Future-Proof PT subcommittee last Friday for consideration of council. And I think the other point to make before I pass over to James is that we are looking to work as efficiently and effectively as we possibly can in terms of use of in-house resources, but also where we need to, augmenting that with contract resources. But with having said that, James, I'll pass over to you to talk about the program and the breakdown of the business cases on the next slide.
Yeah, cheers, Brian, and kia ora, everyone. So these figures and the scope and task come from what's called a point of entry, which is a document that scheme promoters like Waikato Regional Council conclude with NZTA, who under most circumstances are a co-funder for business cases. So what this table shows is all the tasks that are ultimately required to successfully deliver a business case for Tahuya future improvements. And the main technical tasks are the ones that have numbers shown against them. So these are tasks that require specialist consultancy expertise, which we have to buy in because we don't have that in-house. So starting with the baseline and demand forecasting model, that's really important to understand just how many people could use an improved Tahuya service in the future. We want to see a lot more bums on seats, and those bums paying a fare to travel on Tahuya to contribute to the financial success of the operation. So getting that demand forecasting right and considering all the factors such as population growth, future development, really critical. So that requires specialist expertise to have robust surveys and demand forecasting models. The technical assessments look at things like, well, what level of service frequency would be ideal in terms of existing and new stations. Where do those need to be located, and what's the specification of those stations to maximise the level of benefit to passengers, but also to keep costs under control. And the rolling stock, the most critical aspect is having sufficient numbers of trains to run a service that is actually attractive and frequent for the passenger. some rolling stock work has already been done by consultants WSP, and we'd be looking to build on that. And the same actually applies to stations and services. There's already been some business case work done over the last few years, so we're not starting from a blank sheet of paper. If we were, then the costs would be significantly higher than what is being showed here. In terms of the other cost scope items, very, very briefly, wider economic benefits. I mean, this is something that I think is key to the business case. To who isn't just about running trains. It is about helping areas of the region to fully realise their economic potential through travel, both within the region, that's both to Hamilton and also then outside of the region to Auckland. So a key part of the benefits will be what are the wider impacts on the economy that we need to take into consideration. So the benefits don't just accrue to train users or to people who would otherwise travel by train. The other things to think about are how much would all this infrastructure and service cost? So we need some costing in there. And the economic case effectively brings that all together into what's called a benefit to cost ratio, which I'm sure you're familiar with. So those are the tasks that at the moment we would require specialist consultancy resource to undertake. The remaining tasks are essentially summarising all of that technical information into a business case document. And in principle, those can all be delivered in-house, but that is subject to having sufficient staff to do that role. So that's just a very, very brief summary, and obviously happy to take any questions on the detail. Thank you.
Councillor Cookson and then Councillor Hughes. Councillor Cookson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that business case, will it give the opportunity of outer regions being able to have connecting facilities back to Hamilton? So Coromandel and the Hauraki Plains have really struggled with bus services getting into the city. So their connectivity would actually be easier if the train runs in the future, to have a connecting service for those outer areas to be connected through Tikawata or Pocono to get services to Hamilton. So will that be a part of the business case, or just?
Through the chair, so this is something we could certainly look at, because as you rightly say, access to stations, particularly from rural areas, is really important. And the location for a potential new station at somewhere like Pocono is quite significant, because it does also bring in the option of park and ride, because that station is located at the intersection of State Highways 1 and 2. So whether it's people driving or whether there are bus services connecting into that particular location, that strikes us as being one good opportunity. So yeah, access to stations and how that's achieved is going to be part of the business case, because we need people to use the stations and the services. That's absolutely clear. So we need to find ways of ensuring that is done.
Yeah, I don't know if that really answered it, but.
All right. I've got Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Question, just to try and answer it. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 links there, planned in-house delivery. Now, I assume we haven't got people sitting around with nothing at the moment. So, somebody explain what the cost of employing people on those spots, so we can add that to the 450.
Through the chair, I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask that, because I'm a technical consultant, so I don't know whether Brian Sherritt would be able to discuss that. I mean, my view is that yes, you do need specialist people in-house to do that, and that's something that would have to be looked at, but I can't comment on the current resource situation, I'm afraid.
So through the chair, we have been going through a piece of work at the moment, looking at what our resources are for the next financial year, to make sure that we're utilising our in-house resources as best we possibly can. I take the point, though, from Councillor Hughes that is actually a cost, and it's a staff cost that we would have incurred anyway, and we haven't included it in that particular summation there. What this table is about is the contracted services, I suppose, cost for those sections or elements of the business casing work that we'd be looking to do. So yes, so what we're trying to get here is the best utilisation of internal resource and external resource to get the very best information on the table for a decision around Tahuia into the future.
There's two parts to my question, thanks, Brian. First one was, do we have the resource sitting around at the moment to be able to fill in those spots? If we don't, then we're going to have to employ them, which means we're going to incur additional cost. If we do, the cost of having their employment should be added to the 450.
Yeah. So I would, staff are not sitting around with nothing to do. That just to be, let's tell that. Yes. That's what I was trying to say before. We are trying to plan for the best use of the internal resources that we have and augmenting that with external expertise where we need to. So that's the plan that I've been working very hard on.
So what I'd like to see then is what the cost of those people will be to be added into that plan, which will add to the total. Is that clear or not?
I think it's, I understand the request from the councillor, and I think we could do that because he's looking at this from Councillor Hughes is looking at from the perspective of what's the total cost of having to put business cases together so we can put something to the NZTA board, as opposed to what I think you're trying to suggest, what the external cost of doing it. I think that was your purpose for the presentation.
That's correct, yes.
Thanks.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Yes, thank you. I've got a number of questions. Could we go back 2 slides? One. Can you explain the general rate gone from 60 to 240 to 300? What is the general rate in that case?
So that's the increase that we're looking for. This is my understanding how that table works. I don't know whether that makes sense to you.
Yeah, so through the chair, in terms of in the draft annual plan, effectively the general rate is the funding mechanism outside of what subsidies available from NZTA. So in the draft annual plan, we'd assumed costs of 200, 140 of that coming in from NZTA, which will be 70% of the cost, and then the general rate being the difference between that. So in the absence of the NZTA subsidy, because they will not fund this, and in light of the increased cost to develop the business case, there's a further $240,000 of general rate funding that has been requested through the CE submission process. That's included in all of the numbers that we've presented to you.
In addition to the carryover of 150?
Correct. So the forecast numbers that we showed you will be assuming that carryover has taken place. I made that comment that if carryovers weren't in there, that the surplus would have been bigger.
Second question. Going from 200 to 450, what are we getting extra? Why were you planning on 200 and why is it now 450? What are the additional things that are happening? Or
so through the chair, I can probably answer this one if that's okay. So we've been doing some more work on the long-term service configurations and also things like rolling stock specifications and stations. And in our view, we're a lot clearer now on the types of interventions that are going to be needed to be considered in this business case than we probably were when the LTP was written. So, my job has been to effectively put together, what I think as a business case practitioner is what we need to do based on current knowledge. So, that's why the increase has taken place. And it is worth it pointing out that business cases can be very, very expensive, and I'm talking in the millions of dollars. I used to work for NZTA where that was often the case. So hopefully I can provide some reassurance that we haven't in any way tried to over-egg this, and we're doing the basics using the existing work we've already done to get to a stage where we can have something that's really value for money.
Number 3, when is this business case proposed to be completed?
So through the chair, ideally by end of June, I think it is next year. We want to be in a position where for the next regional land transport plan, and ultimately national land transport programme, we are in a position where we may be able to make a bid for further funding, depending on what the business case concludes. And that's really the key to this all is, what does the business case say is the best value for money solution?
Fine. And finally,
sorry, Councillor, can I just, James, would you be able to just, if we flick to the next slide, we didn't really touch on it in your presentation, but those 3 streams of work which have the dates on them there, that I think would help broaden the question that Councillors asked there around this work in the context of the other pieces of work that we're doing?
Yeah, sure, that's absolutely fine. So yeah, project 1, that is effectively the work we need to do to secure Te Huia's future in the interim. So this is effectively what do we need to do post end of trial June 2026 to keep the existing service going. So in essence, that means writing an end of trial review report to NZTA, and then to make the case for continuing that funding at basically at the current total level for the foreseeable future. So that's separate but related to the business case we are talking about, which is actually under item 3. So that's also very important to make clear. This is what other things need to happen for Te Huia to become a permanent service and a value for money permanent service in the longer term. So all these 3 projects are very much related, and it's about trying to understand and build on what we've got. We know that service frequencies, when they have improved, have led to more people using the services. And our intention is to ask the question, well, if we took the service level to, let's say, hourly, for the sake of argument, what would that do to the costs and the benefits? Would it actually be worth doing? That's really what the business case is trying to establish. So all of these 3 projects essentially are interlinked and enable us to move forward with some confidence.
Just clarifying, the 450,000 is for project 3 alone, or for projects 1, 2 and 3?
It's really for projects 1 and 3. So the demand forecasting, for example, that can be used for both projects 1 and 3. The rest of the business case funding, that's really looking more at project 3, but it's all interlinked. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is get the best possible evidence that we can deliver benefits to the people for a reasonable and sensible cost.
And so project 2, initial discussion with the NZTA board and final decision March 2026. So if the NZTA board decides in March 2026 they're not going to co-fund Te Huia, do the other business cases, are they completed by that stage?
No, they would still be in preparation. So the board decision would need to be no later than March 2026, because if the service was to finish at the end of the trial period, then there'd need to be a 3-month stand down period.
And are we likely to get an indicative outline from NZTA prior to March 2026?
I think it's the intent that once we've produced our first draft end of trial report, we will be sharing that with NZTA, and we'll be doing our best to get indications about what the future might be. Now, ultimately, what we can't do is prejudge any board decision, and it is ultimately the board's decision as to the future of Te Huia. But rest assured, we'll be working very closely with NZTA officials to understand and try and read the the tea leaves as best we can about what the future might look like, and we're doing that all the time because we recognise the risks and uncertainties as the trial period comes to an end, and we're trying to do what we can to mitigate those.
And finally, our long-term plan has indicated if the government doesn't co-fund this, we wouldn't be proceeding with Te Huia.
Correct. Well, I think, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, I mean, essentially, we need funding from a variety of sources, and it can't all fall on WRC.
Thank you.
If I could just make a comment here. So the next council will obviously need to make the decision about whether they're going to fund Waikato ratepayers' money, a future Te Huia. However, it's not possible to make that decision until we have the board decision, obviously. To be able to get the board decision, what we're doing here is saying to put the best foot forward to the NZTA to be able so they can make an informed decision. There's a certain amount of work we have to do, and this is the investment that's needed to put the best foot forward. I think the thing that's important is not, in my mind, it's not this council's decision on whether Te Huia should have a future or not. It's the next council. But this is about being able to put the case to the NZTA board so they can make that determination. I think that if the NZTA board were not to make any funding, the next council needs to make that decision. I don't think the previous LTP could preempt that. Have I got that right, Janine?
That was a yes. Yep. And this is the best affordable foot forward, right? This is, I mean, we could invest a whole lot more into a much more robust and detailed business case. But what you're proposing through these figures is a reasonable level of investment that is going to get us the right information to put in front of not only the NZTA board, but also the next council. Yep.
That's correct, yep.
Great. All right. I've got Councillor Strange, Smith, Mar, and Mahuta. Councillor, you don't need that. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, I wonder if I might wait till people have had their questions.
Councillor Mar, sorry.
Thank you. Couple of questions. The 150 carryover, that's out of the surplus rates. That's not out of a Te Huia surplus.
It's the Te Huia Reserve Fund, isn't it?
So through the chair, that's included in the current year forecast, which it will be general rate funding that is included in that surplus position that we gave you a heads up on.
General rate surplus, not the Te Huia surplus that
so
all of this for the trial extension.
All of this is assumed to be funded through the general rate.
Thank you. And my other question is, so in the long-term plan, we included 200,000 in this for this business case end of trial. It's gone up to 50. So should our figure only be that extra 250? Bring it up to the 450 if we've already included in the long-term plan 200,000?
So perhaps if we can go back to that budget slide, which shows effectively the additional investment that's being sought is 240,000 in essence through the increase in the general rate.
Okay, so it is only the 250. Yeah, so it's not 450.
Yep, no, because of that, and it is an assumption. Obviously, it hasn't been through a council decision-making process, but that carryover funding from the current year to support this work as well, but it's not new money.
Thank you.
Councillor Mahuta.
Just checking on where we will be as a result of the work being done in the future. Given that future proof from our council and the Southern Links from Auckland say the amount of growth that's going to happen in the corridor, and those numbers prop up the transport option. I'm wondering though, if we're so captured in the provision of public transport, we forget that there may be private investors that want to buy that. So can it be written for both purposes or read for both purposes? The product at the other end is what I want to know. Like if I had an infrastructure investment I wanted to make, could I read this report that we're going to do and see the value in it for my enterprise, for example? Because if it's only public good, they're the only people we're shopping with. I'm just asking for a friend, for myself, really.
Yeah, through the sorry,
Go,
Phil.
James. Go on, you carry on.
Through the chair. Yes, the business case is really focused on understanding what are the third-party funding contributions that could be leveraged in to make the service more viable. So we're very much taking a view that this shouldn't just be ratepayer or taxpayer funding only. We're really keen to understand and work with the government, who have put forward various ideas for third-party and private funding contributions through the government policy statement on land transport. So the financial and commercial cases of the business case, which are highlighted on the next slide, are really key to all of that, to work out what that contribution could be. So land value capture is a good example of where, if there is a faster and more frequent service for Te Huia, there are additional stations that could lead to significant increases in land value around those stations, and a proportion of that could be captured to fund the infrastructure to make it all happen. That's just one example. So we're really, really keen to look at a wide variety of funding sources and not just the usual ones.
I may just add to that to highlight that there's a blurred line between the work we're doing here on a rail service and those much wider, broader, larger conversations, and the role of future-proof, the regional deals conversations, UNISA, are all, and the role of each of the districts along the route are all parts of that future. And there's a point where the resources we have won't stretch that far. So this is being developed to encourage and enable that wider conversation.
Councillor Hughes. Microphone.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I'm sorry to go back to this issue that I raised, but we're talking about 450. That's not the cost. If we have to employ more staff, then we need to get them included in there. I'd like somebody to try and give us an answer for this. I don't know. You know, have we quantified the people that are going to be required to be employed to fill in those gaps?
So across the directorate, we don't have any additional headcount included in any budget. So the work that is identified as being staff will be led within existing resource. We can cost that as a percentage of the time that would be allocated to those people, but we don't have the headroom to enlarge in the organisation to cater to this work. So we can certainly give you a cost, but there won't be new staff as a result.
So what you're saying, Phil, you've got the resource presently employed to fill in those gaps. So we're not going to have an additional cost or an extra FTE or 2 or 3.
Yes, I mean the work will be on top of existing full-time roles, but we think we can achieve it within what we have, because we don't have space to make the team larger to accommodate this work.
I don't know whether I'm asking the question correctly or not. I really want to know, is it 450,000 or is it 450 plus some additional staff? That the cost of delivering these reports will be borne by the ratepayers? And if so, how much?
There are no new staff.
Okay, thank you.
I've got Councillor Nicholl and Councillor Strange.
Yeah.
Who wants?
I'll go brief. I'll be brief. Just thank you to the staff for working through all the various questions. I think you've answered it quite clearly. And ultimately, this is the responsible thing to do, to evaluate the trial, to look at what comes next, and give the next council the best foot forward to be able to make those decisions. This is in context of all the 90 odd million to set this up many years ago. The OPEX or the operational expenditure and the rates of the last 4.5 years, and the positive experiences that their 99% satisfaction rating has. So in context of all of that, this what sounds like a moderate approach to put the best foot forward sounds really sensible, so that NZTA can make some decisions that will guide the next council. Thank you for your work, and I recognise your team is quite stretched, has a lot going on, and these things are not simple, hence we have clever people like James helping out. And so I just wish you all the very best with going forward with this to allow the next stage to be evaluated and go forth. Thank you.
I'm reflecting on our previous conversation on the R&D, and I was getting a very clear steer from councillors as we went around as to whether or not it was supported. Just picking up on your points, what we're talking about here is instead of 250 in the next annual plan, we're talking about 400,000 to determine the future of something we have already invested considerable funding into, that people have made decisions on where they have purchased their house because this service is currently in place. So I'm just some context, because I'm not getting a very clear steer from people as to where they're sitting on this. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the report and the added information today as well. Just wanted to drill down a little bit into the NZTA lack of co-funding. Can you just give us a bit more information? I know there's been messages about they won't fund it this time versus they won't fund it all. Can you just clarify, if we were to, say, instruct you to work your magic with NZTA to see if we could get any co-funding for this business case, seeing that it is a requirement of the 5-year trial that we complete the business case. Just seems a little bit odd that, the whole process of getting it established, the investment from numerous partners, the 2-year review was brilliant. Public, through any way possible, tell us that it has changed their lives, and just that future possibilities of what it could be as well. So you're just wondering if there is anything that as staff you could do through your channels to massage NZTA once that process maybe of the RONs is played out, and how that might change our funding projections.
So yes, I mentioned yesterday that the agency is withholding decision making on a whole stream of initiatives as it builds up to the decisions around roads of national significance. The program that we've shown on this slide has been developed with NZTA staff, and James mentioned in his presentation the point of entry process that we've entered into, which is where we get their support in principle to continue in this direction. It has been as part of that process that they, at a staff level, have declined the funding that would help us with this work. At which point we added it to the CE submission so that we could have this conversation. We obviously will continue to advocate for there to be a fair proportion of these costs funded by the Crown, consistent with all of the other work that happens nationally. But we'd certainly welcome your support with that if there's a way that we can activate discussions at a political level or high level. That would really help our case. It is very unusual that we continue to be asked to fund pieces of work without Crown support. I don't believe that's happening elsewhere. It seems surprising that Tahuia project as a whole is so much harder than everything else that goes on. I'd really like it to be treated fairly and consistently with everything else that we co-fund with NZTA.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm sure, yeah, we'll do what we can within our power. Not that we've got much. That's fine. And just wanted to flesh out a little bit the long-term future options. I know that quite a bit of the perhaps hesitation and aversion to taking risks around the rolling stock and just the big numbers that presents. Could you just maybe add some flesh to those long-term future options around the rolling stock in particular? I know we've heard about different partner funding opportunities with value capture and what stations could enable in regards to people investing in those areas with transit-oriented development. But yeah, just around the rolling stock, and we don't have to be the ones that own it, is something that this business case could look at the options of rolling stock ownership, etc.
Yeah, through the chair, I can have a go at answering this one. So the rolling stock business case work we've done to date is based on replacing the current 1970s carriages and locos at the same service frequency that we currently have. So that business case concluded we would need 3 units of rolling stock to replace the service on a like-for-like basis. The challenge we've got is that if we did want to increase the service frequency, we would need more trains to do that. And the challenge is that if we only ordered 3 trains now and then subsequently decided we wanted more trains, that's likely to result in significantly increased costs compared to a scenario where we would order the optimal number of trains in the first place. And the more trains you order, the better price per train you get. So that's kind of the dilemma we're in at the moment. And this is why it is important to do this work now, so we get a definitive view one way or the other on the number of trains we will need in the future, and we don't keep flipping and flopping between different numbers. Now, in terms of your point about rolling stock ownership, there are lots of models out there that can be implemented, and they don't all involve the public sector or WRC directly owning rolling stock. So in the UK, for example, where I come from, rolling stock is generally leased by third-party companies, and there are other options too in terms of how that rolling stock is not only owned, but also who maintains and operates it. So in answer to your question, the business case will look at all of those options. It won't just assume that either WRC or another public sector organisation will own it.
And maybe just the piece to add to that is the funding that was put into the 2024 to 2034 long-term plan was based on a 10% contribution with a 90% Crown contribution based on a traditional model of ownership. But that represents one case. That this work will reconfirm all of that and will allow the next LTP conversation about that decision that was made to be reassessed with that additional technical input and time.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, it's look forward to seeing what comes out of the long-term future options and allowing the next council to make those informed decisions as well. Yeah, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
I suppose that this also, if we choose to make this investment, it does allow us to follow through on expectations that have been created through discussions in particularly the Future Proof Public Transport Subcommittee, where we have seen significant levels of support from our TA partners, namely through from Hamilton City Council and Waikato District Council. So a note of that. Councillor Marr.
Thank you. And this, apologies if this was covered yesterday, but just noting in the SEAS report around point 21 and the national ticketing, and we found 600,000 for our extra share of it out of the transport reserve. What's the transport reserve, and could any of that be applied to this?
So that's from the targeted PT rate. Policy development work is, as Janine has said, usually funded by the general rate for us. National ticketing relates to a project related to that activity, which is why the reserve has been the appropriate funding source for that work. That's not, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, Janine.
Through the chair, I just note that that's really a timing matter as well as opposed to new funding. So it's just the bringing forward of how that ticketing system was planned to be funded anyway, but we are talking targeted rates.
So there's no ability to use any of that reserve and for this
no,
through our policies? No.
No, it's been collected. The reserve that is being utilised for the ticketing system is from that Hamilton public transport targeted rate.
Just very briefly, seeing rolling stock's been raised, could you just clarify what the current estimate of the rolling stock is and when it was going to be 2029, was it?
Trying to remember the numbers that are in the long-term plan. I think we at the time had an estimate of around 150 million, I believe. The work we've done since the long-term plan, the detailed business case that James has referred to, has recommended that the most appropriate source of those carriages would be the NIRIM order that's currently going through in the Lower North Island. So an adaptation to platform, carriage height and power supply would enable us to procure carriages more cheaply than that. However, some of the detailed business case work did talk about the need to adjust things like the depot system to account for those new rolling stock items. So it's less than the money that's in the long-term plan on a straight replacement basis for 3 units. But as James has mentioned, if we were to proceed with more of a service pattern, then you would absolutely need more rolling stock. So those numbers are all kind of up and down, left and right.
Approximately 150 million given inflation and
that's what's in the long-term plan.
Like that, and
broadly,
that doesn't include additional stations.
No, though that's a rolling stock statement. Yeah.
All right, I am going to do a straw poll on this because people are not giving me a clear steer on this. So can I get hands up if you support this Tahuya funding proposal that's being discussed? Hands up. And I've got online, I have Councillor Downard, Councillor Hodge, and Councillor Graff. Can I get I assume, Mikhail, that hand up meant yes, you would support it? All right. Right. Okay, thank you for that. And Katarina, I see your hand as well. Thank you.
Not supporting at this stage, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Graff. All right, so we next we're going to thank you very much for that. Thank you, James, for coming online. Much appreciated.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
We've got the remuneration. Any discussion on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My request would be just that you consider it. any topping up would, as discussions at CERC, would enable us to close the gap to market from where overall and general staff are positioned in range, to be able to get closer to the market, and would also enable us to have more funding for performance pay to recognise those who do go over and above in terms of their roles, and including the union commitments for where people are positioned in range, and we need to move forward. Janine, it's a late request that I've put in, seeing that that there was some residual funding from where the previous signalled council position was in the draft annual plan. Is there anything else in that REM space that's of relevance?
In the REM space, I don't think so. I guess it is, the request for council consideration of some more in there.
If council were of mind to put in, $250,000, it would be greatly appreciated by staff.
Yeah, and I think that's probably part of where there are some other moving parts that obviously have been talked about, and maybe in relation to prior year surplus versus the CE submission. For example, the funding of the energy strategy, should that be through rates in the CE submission, or could it be through prior year surplus? So there's some interdependencies between some of these conversations and a final budget position.
We just have some clarity about what we're talking about here, this 268,000. As I understand it, the government's analysis of wage rises is coming at 3.9 instead of 3.7. Is that correct?
I'd have to look to Stu for that.
It's not government.
Can I get? Yep. Can you hear me now? Yep. Yep, that's correct. And to close our position to the market would take 3.7%, but that would leave a very small amount for performance increases and for us to be able to progress people through their position in range. And we have obligations, obviously, with our union agreements, to progress people through that within certain set timeframes. And also with the new model that we run, providing the market increase as of 1st of July and separating out the performance increase, it's quite evident then, when our good performers receive that it is a very small amount. So I guess Chris is asking for a little bit more to enable us to continue to close that market gap, which we have been doing a great job of in recent years, which is really good to see, and also allow us to continue to provide additional funds for people that perform well.
I'm just confused. The difference between 3.7 and 3.9, is that coming out of the 268,000?
So through the chair, if I can help. So within our baseline annual plan budget, we have included increase in remuneration of 3.9%, but that's to address both market and performance. So what we're seeing is that the market performance is 3.7, which gives us really nothing left in terms of headroom for performance element. So given that the Chief Executive's submission is currently reflecting a reduction in the rates revenue requirement, the Chief Executive is asking consideration of that gap to provide some additional funding for remuneration. So it's the budget provision at 3.9 versus the market at 3.7 of those two different numbers.
So to clarify, so the budget provision was to provide more at 3.9 and we're actually ended up at 3.7.
So 3.7 in market, whereas the 3.9 is market and performance.
Right.
Yeah. So we haven't. So there is very little funding available to recognise performance. If we weight the distribution to performance, then we will lag the market more substantially than we are.
So you're actually general runner staff will get 3.7, and you're asking for 268,000 for those who are higher performing above. Is that the amount? I'm just surprised we don't have a slide on this. It's confusing.
So as I said, I threw it in late, and so there's two things, and I know people who've been sitting around CERC will understand it more because they've had some more discussion and information on it. The position and range is at an average of about 98% or so. We're not at market. We don't have everybody at 100% in their position and range. To be able to move people to where they probably ought to be, as well as to recognise those who have performed well, as well as to meet the market movement, 3.9% wouldn't do it all. And so that is what I've requested. And I don't think 200 and something thousand would do it either, but I'm saying it would go some way to help trying to close that gap.
I'm still confused, but somebody else might have a.
So Nicole.
Thank you. I understand what you're saying, Chris. Provision to be made to use up to that amount at your discretion, obviously, because it all kind of links back to you. And it's in context of everything you've said, and we know else that we also have the organisational changes happening separately. Yeah, to me, it seems that this is a vote that kind of comes down to a trust in you as the CE to you spend that wisely. And so I'm go back to my thanks to the ELT at the start of the day about all the efficiencies that you have found recently to be able to enable all of this. So that's certainly something I'll be considering. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on this? No.
Everyone else understands it then?
So sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just responding to Ben. Yeah, I think it people who've been on CERC do, and I accept that it's not straightforward, but actually I heard it at CERC and I support it.
From my perspective, it's about how do we ensure we're meeting the market so that people still want to work here, and how do we provide envelope to recognize our star performers so that they stay working here as well. And so the request I'm hearing is a recognition that the market has moved a bit. And so we want to make sure that we've got the envelope in front of us to recognize our star performers. That's what I'm hearing. Councillor Marr.
Yeah, just following up on Ben's point and noting that not everyone attends CERC. Are we going to have a slide on this or try to come? So it's just black and white and clear.
Yeah, so we can try and pull something together over the lunch break, maybe just to set that out for you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And then the last thing I want to cover is this conversation around the prior year surplus. Because I think the slide you're talking about, Councillor Marr, there might be things that get funded out of the prior year surplus or not funded out of the prior year surplus, or there's a bit of fitting of puzzle pieces together that might take a little bit of time to do that. And so I want to get this subject out on the table so that if there's new puzzle pieces identified, we understand them. All right. Does anyone want to, I'm looking to you, Chris, or you, Janine, around the prior year surplus before I open it up to councillors? Anything you wanted to say?
The only thing I'd say is just to remind you that in a previous council meeting at the at the draft annual plan stage, you did have some discussion about whether you'd like to return that to ratepayers or not. In the past, our advice, the staff advice, has always been that if there's prior year surplus, it's useful to retain it for one-off things that come along. And it's been useful in that context. And I think, Janine, that's continued to be the staff advice.
Great. And I think just further to that, in February we had quite a conversation in terms of the impact this year or for the 25-26 annual plan process of any release of the prior year surplus to provide rates relief, with the consequence of that in the next annual plan process as well. So we covered that in an earlier conversation of anything that you reduce this year, you are going to have to fill that gap through increased rates in the next financial year. So, but we can support with some modelling on that.
I've got Councillor Smith first, and then Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Thank you. Some of us have our independent networks and send out regular newsletters or whatever, and they are disseminated further. So when we decided what we were going to propose, I sent my regular one out, and without fail, all the feedback that came to me directly, and it's not reflected in the submissions because I was asking them to tell me what they thought, is that the community wants us to retain that to deal with one-off scenarios that does not impact on ongoing rates. They did not want it to be put into the rates and therefore having to pay more next year. They would like us to pay as we go, but if the opportunity arises and things come up, which is what council has done previously, I was absolutely surprised that there was no one saying, give it to us in our rates. I thought certain people would say that, but they didn't. And so I am guided by my constituents who are telling me to retain it as the status quo. Thank you.
I would concur, Councillor Smith. That's certainly what I have heard. As we have the same constituents, and they were consistent. They were consistent in their view, that's for sure. And if I recall, we only had 2 submissions on this matter, and both of them said retain the surplus. Just drawing people's attention to that. Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just note there that we've got a doubling up on the establishment of the Research and Development Fund at 250,000, given we've already talked about 250,000 for our Research and Development Fund.
So through the chair, can I clarify, and it's set out in the CE submission around the concept of the establishment of that R&D Opportunities Fund. Then if a particular project should proceed and additional funding from council is required, that's that 250,000 there. So they are separate. An opportunity on the table, or an opportunity, sorry, it's not on the table, that's being looked at and talked about, would have a council contribution of 500,000. So hence the 2 lots of 250. They are separate. So you've indicated support for one side, not necessarily for this bit.
And in terms of rates reduction, if we assumed that those 3 bottom items were covered, how much would be left that could go towards rates reduction?
So if all of the recommendations or identified potential drawdowns were approved, there's just shy of 2.7 million remaining unallocated.
Right, so that's a 2% rate increase.
I don't believe
almost, yeah. Noting a 2% increase then the following year.
All right. I've got Councillor Mahuta, then Councillor Hughes. Councillor Mahuta.
Yeah, Janine, I've been part of council where we have done this out, but we've smoothed it out and seen the future impact on rates. So I'm just wondering if that might help some other councillors. But as we go into the next quorum of council, I'm trying to figure out what information may a new member not have. So I would like to consider that in our funding policy. It does report on how often we've done this, how much we've overshot, because we do it all the time. It's part of, I've accepted that as part of our council accounting. We over budget, we end up with a surplus, then we plan to spend it because that's what's been the practice. If that's not in fact the case, we've done it every sitting that I've sat here. So I want to know what's discipline around that for the future. Don't need it around this one because it is a practice of council. And I'm not saying anything shoddy about how we number things up. I'm just saying that in the process, I'm not sure where we start capturing those costs, limiting or setting expectations that any surplus that exceeds X amount will be returned. You know, some policy caveats so that we stay within great management, but also provide opportunity and flexibility to ourselves. I just think we've got all the flex and none of the discipline sometimes, because this happens every AP and LTP. And it happens everywhere in local government too, but it's just hard to keep it in the accountable space.
Yeah, through the chair, I think I'd just recognise that the surplus that we achieved in the last financial year was
an anomaly,
quite an anomaly to where we would normally be performing. Typically, we actually run reasonably close to our budget, typically slightly on the favourable side, but not to the extent that we saw in the last financial year. So that has driven, I guess, some of the discipline that we've been trying to work on through this last quarter forecast with ELT of going, how good is that forecast? Because that's where we need to get the signals of how we're going, is actually through that feedback loop. And so that has been stress tested to make sure, you know, is it a good forecast? As far as I can see, it's you know, pretty robust. So we do try and take those learnings as well in terms of our process.
Just microphone. And
it can seem excessive, that's all.
And to your point, Councillor Mahuta, so this is an anomaly, as I recall, and it was discussed at finance around the discipline on this, which has led to, as Janine is saying, a finer eye of ELT on the forecasting. So
and adjustments built into the baseline annual plan, where that's appropriate.
Yeah. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Tipper raised some very good points, and I'd like to pick up on those. And this is an anomaly, and I think that's clearly demonstrated by this year. I think we've got 675 projected at this stage, but we've still got a couple of months to go. So that's still to be proven, but that's more the norm than this particular one-off. And that's why I believe we should be giving as much of it back to our council, back to our ratepayers as we can, because it's not our money, it is their money that's been collected, and sure, it didn't all come from them, but largely it did, and it would mean a 2% roughly reduction in rates, which is meaningful. I know, it says it's only $1.90 per $100,000, but it's still meaningful to people. And I think we need to recognise that fact. Just picking up on Tipper's point, I think it's a very good idea to set a policy which says anything below $1 million or whatever the figure is determined by council goes into the reserve fund. Anything over that is maybe debated, but we should be erring on, and as a policy, money goes back to the ratepayer or reduction. Now, you argue that that's going to create problems for the next council, and I accept that is the case, but it also brings discipline to the councillors that are there and the executive leadership team and the chief executive to put the pressure on, the tension on, keep the tension on costs, to deliver a rate increase in the next annual plan, which is wearable and not a blowout situation reflecting just the 2% discount is given to people this year. That's my view, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Councillor Marr.
Thank you. I've spoken to a number of groups around my region too, being residents and ratepayers, two of them, and a grey power group, and they all articulated that they'd like it back. One group I did talk to, though, they want to spend some money on removing mangroves, so possibly out of scope. But anyway, noting that this is possibly a one-off, but we are heading for a surplus again this year. We'll see where that ends up in the final quarter. But so I am of the opinion that this particular amount should go back to the ratepayers, and that's supporting. Thank you.
So what amount? Whatever's left over.
Well, yeah, 4495.
That was 2.7.
It's 2.7.
Well,
2.7.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. Yeah, the 2.7 that after the other items have been taken out.
Councillor Nicol.
Thanks. Yeah, so just building on Tipper and Chris's point, I don't think we should go as far as constraining a cap, get perverse outcomes perhaps, but I have a long time ago now been to finance and services meetings, and you're obviously keeping an eye on this quarterly. However, what could be really helpful is to show these anomalies in context with perhaps a longer trend to the past of what's normal and what's normal, because for us as councillors coming in, it takes a while in your first year to get used to what's normal, and these trends have been very helpful in things like health and safety and others. That will just allow people to get up to speed quicker on what's normal or not. I do think it's a feature of local government where we are forced by legislation to match fund so many things that we often have the match funding not come through, and hence we put our best foot forward. But I accept the fact that this happens because of the way we are set up with central government relationship. Having a surplus is an administrative accounting feature because we choose to do accounting in that way. And hence keeping an eye on it in general so the discipline conversations can be had, as has been flagged. It's been increasing anyway. I do support sticking with the one-off strategic investments approach that has served us in the past. I just don't think that saving the $8, $12 or even $20 this year only to have it hit next year is serving a lot or many well. I think it makes it harder to explain to our community why every dollar is part of each year. And so I think for simplicity's sake, for agility's sake, and all that other stuff, that's why I'll be voting for keeping the way that we've always done it. I was really surprised that we didn't get more feedback on this topic, considering it could have gone either way. It could have been give it all back, and it could have been here are all my cool projects, I want you to spend it. And we just got neither, I suppose. And so that was an interesting experiment from us. So that's where I'm sitting.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I'm a little concerned about the talk of policy, that if so much is left over, we throw it back to the community, because have seen and elsewhere perverse behaviours such as spend ups towards the end of the financial year to ensure they come within the parameters, I think that's enough said on that subject.
We're not debating that policy today.
I think, like I've had to do today, I didn't agree with one or two of the earlier decisions, but it is the decision of this council, and we've got to respect the fact that the community has put us here to make the decisions, and they trust us. And sometimes they tell us we've got it wrong, but the reality is we're the ones that have got to act judicially and do it in a responsible way. So I think we've got to come back to the council of the day, ensuring that they do the best for the community. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hughes, did you have one more thing to say?
I was really.
As in, I said one more thing.
Can I just respond to Councillor Nichols' comments? That
yes, certainly.
I thought you might.
Nichols appears to have a new set of accounting policies, which I'd like to understand.
No new policies, just features that I'm observing.
All right. With that, councillors, yes, I'm going to adjourn the meeting. we're going to try and pull together some overall thinking. There, I'm looking at you, Janine. You don't see me looking at you,
Because
but I'm looking at
working
you.
here.
So we're going to adjourn for lunch. Oh, Councillor Needbaum.
I was just going to say, look, I'm on a broadly similar page to what Jen just said. I don't think we should be trying to give it back in terms of creating all these little spikes, and the way that we've been doing it to date, I think, is probably the most practical way to deal with it.
Yeah. Especially given the additional rigor that has been asked through the Finance and Services Committee around how we forecast these amounts going forward. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So we will adjourn. It is 12:39. We'll adjourn the meeting for an hour. Can we come back 1:30? is 144. Okay. So would you like to talk to us about where we've gotten to, Janine?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the spreadsheet that is showing to you at the moment is a summation of where I believe council decision or discussions are currently landing, and opportunity to check that my understanding reflects your discussion, and also just to note what impact that has in terms of the total rates revenue requirement for the 25-26 financial year. So if we look at the Chief Executive's submission, first of all, the review of the budgets that staff had done identified savings that reduced the rates revenue required from current ratepayers by 678,000. There were a couple of matters that staff had noted against that were coming through from council resolutions or discussions that were live in terms of the setting of KPIs for the Chief Executive for the next year. So council has already had a discussion today in terms of the concept of establishing a research and development opportunities fund. So that would see an additional 250,000 per annum of general rates going into the budget. And then you've also heard from the Chief Executive earlier today in terms of some additional funding to address staff remuneration for the upcoming period. So if those matters were approved by council, that would mean that compared to the draft annual plan, we see a reduction in rates revenue required of 178,000, and the resulting increase in rates revenue from current ratepayers of being 5.7%. That compares to the 5.9% that was included in the draft annual plan and the basis of consultation. If we then move to the prior year surplus and acknowledging in our consultation document, we'd left an open question there for council, noting their desire to consider the use of these funds through the setting of the annual plan budget. We had available just shy of $4.5 million. There are some matters that have been flagged within the agenda that need to be addressed, and staff have recommended consideration of those through the prior year surplus. So one of them being addressing the impact of organisation change. While there's a value ascribed to that in the slide, obviously that remains uncertain until those consultation and decision-making processes are completed. So there is a high degree of uncertainty over that number. We have spoken to you, and again, it's reflected in a CE KPI around making sure that we are getting really good value from the investment that council has made in the Infor application suite. And so the executive team fully supportive of that, but recommending some additional investment, particularly around change management, learning support, a little bit of extra business analysis and technical resource, but really supporting our staff and the uptake of that new technology and the way that they work. In addition to the 250,000 of funding going into the proposed research and development fund, there has also been the concept of the pilot of the water siphon. And so it's noted that if that were to proceed, the funding needed for that would exceed the 250,000 in the left-hand column and under the CE submission. So would be recommended that the prior year surplus is used to secure any additional funding required in that space if that is needed. And then the funding for the energy strategy, so this is one in terms of the CE submission report that was sitting in that column based on discussions this morning. noting that that is one-off expenditure and strategic in nature. There was discussion about whether that could also be funded through the prior year surplus, so I've moved that over into that column. So assuming that all of those matters were approved by council, that's an if, that would mean that of the 4.5 million of prior year surplus funds that are currently available, there would be about 2.5 million that's unallocated. Now, I know some councillors want to understand the impact of what that would mean if that was applied to offsetting our rates revenue for the 25-26 year. And so this spreadsheet shows that impact, that all other changes being included in here, if we applied the 2.5 million of prior year surplus into this year's budget, that would reduce the increase in rates revenue from 5.7 down to 4% in 25-26, noting that it would then subsequently increase the rates revenue in 26-27 from the 4.2% that's signalled in the LTP up to 5.9%. At a property level, that $2.5 million applied to offset the general rate would result in a reduction of $1.09 per $100,000 of capital value. So for $1 million property, that would see a reduction in the rates payable by that property owner of $10.90. For a moment there. The other matter was in just some more detail that councillors had requested in relation to staff remuneration. So this is just a summary of where we're currently sitting and I guess the context within which that additional funding has been requested by the Chief Executive. So the draft annual plan includes a 3.9% provision for both market and performance movement, so about 2.6 million. Based on the March data that we have recently received, the overall market movement across our workforce is 3.7%, so that would cost just under $2.5 million to implement. Difference between those is 144,000 that would be available for performance recognition and to address some contractual obligations that we have under our collective employment agreements to see staff progressing within their salary bands. Those commitments would likely see us in a deficit position compared to the split between market and performance. So should council approve the additional 250,000, that would put us in the position of having a small provision for the recognition of outstanding performance. So that would be less than 100,000. But in doing that, we would still have a gap to market. So we would not be in a position to be able to meet market in terms of our staff remuneration.
All right. Any questions on any of that, councillors?
Quite well explained. Thank you, Janine.
I always think it's very helpful to see what it all looks like as a package. So what we've got, councillors, is we've got some recommended motions that reflect the collective of information that Janine has just shared with us.
I'll stop sharing and let Dave take the steering wheel back.
Got it.
All right. So do you want to talk us through these?
During the break, we have taken the motions and your feedback on board, and we've compiled them into what we suspect is a sensible order to consider each point of discussion. So we'll work through them one at a time. This first point is simply that we have finished with the annual plan submissions, being the option one and, sorry, not the option one, the first two matters, which was proposal one and proposal two, being the public transport rating and the Wharekāua coast rating, which we've previously resolved. This resolution just states that from this perspective, we have finished that part of the proceedings, and then we can move into the CE submission topics.
Is that the council makes no additional changes to the annual plan? Well, if we do the CE submission, we do.
It's more about the timing of when you pass that one, perhaps. But
yeah,
but it kind of means coming out of the submissions.
Yeah, so I think that's intended to be in response to general submissions.
Yeah.
We haven't made
Can we
any.
make it specific to that?
Specific, yeah, I think it does need to be specific.
Okay.
A general
Clarity.
submission? I think it's general matters, isn't it?
Excluding C submission.
General
Thank you.
submissions excluding CE. That gives the clarity that we need.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, I'm happy to, if we're taking them separately, I'm happy to move that one, but I just want to give the context that I did make quite a few notes reading those submissions, and I will follow them up with stuff, just that none of them would be mature enough to have a financial decision at this day. So just giving that confidence to people out there that we are listening to those submissions and following things up. Thanks.
I've got a second in Councillor Mahuta. All those in favour? Oh, sorry.
Just wondering, how does that deal? Because we did go out with options.
What?
No, I understand that, but that doesn't speak to the
We have previously resolved, so if I just roll up a little bit.
The Wharekāua coast.
So for
and the
example, PT, we've run with option two, we've resolved.
Okay, so it is recorded as such. No,
Yes, it is. So in the minutes,
It's
it's
like
just a
all
progression closing off that section.
Yeah. All right, all those in favour? Opposed? Carried.
So in this next section, so this was in relation to the Research and Development Opportunities Fund and just building out some considerations on this around, to be clear, in terms of that 250,000 per annum contribution from the general rate to get to a fund of $1 million, but commencing in 25-26, noting that subsequent budget setting processes ensure that the fund value is maintained at $1 million effectively after that first 4-year period, and then directing staff to prepare the policies and frameworks that will support the operation of the fund to ensure that council's achieving its goals and objectives.
Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cookson, do I have a second?
No,
Councillor Kneebone? I've got a mover and a second for that motion. Councillor Dunbar-Smith?
I'm not sure that we can have item 3 because you're binding a future council. It says here the fund is maintained after 29-30, which you can't do if it's a new triennium. And also, I understood that each year we would get to decide on the 250, whereas that item number 3 implies it will be maintained at $1 million. So it's going to get to $1 million and then be maintained there.
Yeah.
Do you want so this is as presented effectively in the CE submission report, that we would be making a $250,000 per annum contribution into the fund up to, so it's to get it up to $1 million. And then the discussion was around being very clear that the intention is to hold it at $1 million. So if it's drawn down on outside of that period, that there is future injections into the fund.
I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree with that I understood we were going to set the rules and policies, and each year we would decide if it had worked and more money would go in, because this money was coming out of money saved this year. Otherwise, it'll come out of additional rates in future years.
That Would it help if 3 was that the intention is that subsequent?
I think the intention.
Yeah. I just think it would address, it's what's we talked about.
This is no different
But
to
I'm
investment.
happy to stay with it.
It's a money investment fund, effectively. Any future council can pull upon it.
Pull the pin on this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is on
It's
anything.
like anything.
Absolutely anything. So.
Anything.
That's what I wondered. But if we have an intention.
Other than that, I think the reason this is in here is to give an indication of the quantum.
The intent
Yes.
of what this council is trying
Yes.
to achieve. And so I think I'm the next speaker, Madam Chair, if I may finish.
Yes.
The intent of what we're trying to do is articulated in this subsection, or the section 3. And as Stu has just said, any council or future council can change absolutely anything.
Absolutely anything.
And rewrite the books.
Yep.
So it's the intent, and that's what, I think enough said. Yeah.
Yep. Councillor Nicol? Nope.
No, it was purely if we wanted to add the word intent or not. I don't mind either way.
All good. All right. I've got a mover and a second. All those in favor? Opposed?
Yes, I oppose. Could you record my vote, please, Dave?
So we've got Councillor Graff, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Dunbar-Smith. Councillor Marr. All right, motion passes. All right, now this is for the additional general rate funding of $240,000 for the preparation of the Tahuya business cases. We've got a mover in Councillor Mahuta, second in Councillor Strange. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
I oppose that too, Madam Chair. Please
So-
record that. Thank you.
Councillor Hughes and Councillor Graff against.
Can I abstain? This is Katarana.
And I've got Councillor Dunbar-Smith and Councillor Hodge abstaining. Motion passes.
Yep. Totally.
Motion passes. He did. No, Ben abstained. Carried. All right. So the additional funding of $250,000 for staff remuneration. Do I have a mover? I'll move.
I'll second. I think if it's only fair that there is some ability to remunerate outstanding performance, and I have a lot of trust in our CE to evaluate that. And also, the thing with this is that market moves all the time. To not move incrementally means there's a larger jump in future. That's why I'm supporting this.
All those in favor? Opposed?
Yes, I'm
Carried.
opposed. I'm opposed, Madam Chair. Dave, could you note that, please?
Noted. Sorry, Ben, was that opposed? Motion carried.
I'm
Oh.
opposed too, Madam Chair.
All right. Okay, we've got Councillor Downard. Okay, next we've got, sorry?
No.
Okay. So we've got, this is in relation to the prior year surplus. We've got a mover in Councillor Cookson, a second in Councillor Marr. Sure.
Dave. All right. Is there any parameters around A, or is that an open check?
Impacts of organization structure changes.
Yeah, I think we should put the dollar value in there because that wording allows an open
It
check.
was notionally, I guess it's for the change process, not in terms of an ongoing.
So put the figure up
organisation.
there, and if there's more needed, the chief executive can come back.
Yeah, so it was up to 1 million.
Can we take these separately?
Yes, that's what I'd like to ask too. Thanks.
All right. We're doing these separate. If required. Yeah, we should do that. So that, yeah, there we go.
So, Madam Chair, I'm uncomfortable with it like that. I think there should be guardrails around it, but I don't believe this is the appropriate place for us to be discussing it.
How are we going to deal with that then? How do I deal with that?
So, Madam Chair, I think what this does is preserves the ability of the Chief Executive to access some funding through here to respond to the change proposals. The challenge is they haven't been determined at the moment. So there is still a process that needs to be followed with staff before that value can be quantified. So I think, Chris, you'll work that through with elected members. This is not
Rather than having that figure, could it go back to CERC to make the final decision on the amount?
Sorry. We're setting, this is the guardrails, isn't it? But, or the parameters.
Yeah,
yes.
this is the budget for it.
This is the budget for it.
Pippa's right.
it's not
Obviously,
it's spend of it.
It's not the spend. It's not the decision to spend. Yes, it's provision. Right. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So if we're taking these separately, yeah.
I'll remove my second, thanks.
Okay, I've got a second in Councillor Mahuta. So for item A, this is for the organization structure changes. Sorry. What do I still see lights on? Are we still wanting to discuss aspects?
I was just going to say, to my mind, the guardrails issue, it's no different to the one we made just before about the development trial fund.
Yeah. I think we're all in agreement about that. Okay, so A, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Yep.
Sorry, Clyde, what was that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm opposed to that too. Sorry, that's how it is.
Okay, for B, all those in favor?
Support.
Support. Yeah. In terms of access to the prior year surplus, it was around. Yeah.
So all those in favor?
For
Sorry.
the clarification,
Yeah.
we're not approving money for the siphon without seeing any project.
It's
This is if
noting there'll be a
It
further
should say,
decision
it should say if it proceeds.
if it proceeds.
If
yeah.
it proceeds.
That was in the slide, yeah. Thank you. Both of those are just A and B, but just provisions, and they will have further
I think with that one in particular, you've got to have subject to council approval or something, eh?
Yeah.
They all are. These are just the envelope.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so in terms of that one,
Yeah, look, I'm confident that Chris won't do it. I'm just making,
Sorry.
this was just one of the things we could have done with it, but.
Yeah, subject to council.
Should it proceed? Should it proceed?
Yeah, well, I thought
But-
they were one and the same.
But everything's already been moved and seconded.
And whether it proceeds will come to council.
Will come to council.
Great.
Yeah. Robbie
Um,
and Tippa. Yeah. So for B, all those in favor?
Hang
Aye.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So just clarify, that's if it proceeds,
If it
and it has to
proceeds.
come to council, full council for decision.
Yes.
And second of all, we did hear the CE earlier make some commentary about stuff that he said he might tell us about whether it would proceed. I think he was making some comment about the project that some of us may not be in the know of.
I think we would hear that if it proceeds. If this proceeds, if there's opportunity
he
here,
did make
it will
he did
come
say
back
that
to
I
council.
might tell you or something. He did make a comment.
Yeah, I can't recall if that was with reference to if you wanted to know more about it or the fact that where it is in a process right now.
Okay.
But the comment I'd like to make is that I think that expectation is as the wording is up there and B is different to A.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
So B, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so
Didn't oppose to
Graf
agreement.
opposed. I think that's Councillor Graf, were you opposing that or were you voting for it?
I'm voting for it. Councillor Graf is voting for it.
For it.
Oh, well.
Sorry.
You're right.
All right, great. Motion carried.
I'm a little perturbed because this morning when I was sitting with Greg, I saw a document that has been sent as a placeholder to Kānawa, so that should this project proceed, that we've got a foot in the door. And, I just think that needs to be on the table. And it's
I
a
think that's
placeholder.
pending the council approval.
Yeah, that's right. But, there has been something done that if the opportunity arises, we have a foot in the door rather than missing the opportunity. So I think that nothing has been progressed other than saying, hey,
we might
want to come to you and say, thank you.
Right. C, this is for the enablement of N4. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed.
So,
And that was Mike, and then Graf's opposed too. So don't mix us up.
oh, sorry. Oh, gosh. Wait a minute. Sorry. Just so I'm clear. So, Councillor Graf, are you opposed?
I am opposed. Thanks.
And Councillor Downard, are you opposed?
Yes.
Motion carried. All right, and D.
I'd just like to speak to this one.
Yep. So just so we're clear, this is 150,000 from the prior year surplus to progress the energy strategy.
So I believe that the information we've got on energy is sufficient at the moment. I'd like to see this 150,000 going back to the rates rebate proposed and make it 2.7 million, which is 2%.
So we've got a mover and seconder for this motion. No, we've got a mover and seconder for the funding being funded out for the energy strategy being funded out of the prior year surplus. All those in favor?
Could I make a comment, please?
Yes.
I have some concern that it's a thinly done desktop exercise, and I'm wondering about the value, the quality, or are we ticking a box, or is it going to be sufficient to do it? So I just want to raise that public that I have concerns about what we're actually going to do. I just no, Tracy tried to explain it this morning, but I was a bit concerned about the light touch.
Let's get, Stu, do you have a mic on for a reason? Sorry, there we go, Tracy.
Through you, Madam Chair. So the 150,000 that has been suggested. Oh, sorry, no. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Try not to jump on top of it. So the $150,000 that we've got provisioned there in D is not for the light touch. That is for something that I would say would be a comprehensive energy strategy that would have the gravitas it needs. Apologies.
And just to confirm, that was the discussion that had been had at CERC last time. Yeah, I'm just confirming that was a discussion that had been at CERC.
All right. All those in favor? Opposed?
Yes, I'm opposed. I'm opposed. That's Graf as opposed. Thanks.
Diana's opposed too.
I've got Dunbar Smith opposed, and I've got Hughes opposed.
And Downard.
And Marr. Motion carried.
You forgot my name. Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, got it.
Resolution at the end.
A cleanup.
Yes, cleanup. So, Madam Chair, just we've ticked off a number of individual items through these recommendations, but there are a broad range of other budget changes that are proposed through the CE submission. So I've just said to Dave if we can just include something around the remaining budget changes included in that report be approved. I just don't want there to be any doubt on what's in and what has been approved.
So this is and everything.
And everything else. Yeah.
And everything
within that CE submission.
All right. I just got to check with the mover and the seconder of this. Are you happy to move and second that item E as well? Yes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. All right. Now we did have a foreshadowed motion. We do need to change those numbers.
Hey, good on you, Robbie. Paying attention. 2.545.
Can we have division, Madam Chair?
Okay. Is that what it was?
Yep. And that's 1.7.
Very good. 2542. I had 2.
2545.
5. Just make my notes correct. All right. Okay. Where am I? Okay, so that this is that the remaining 2.54 is which return to ratepayers. So if this motion passes, again, what it means is we're talking about approximately $10 return to a $1 million property. And including GST, yes, and a impact on the next year's rating, moving it from 4.2
to 5.9
to 5.9. All right, and we will do division on this.
May I speak to it?
Certainly.
As I proposed it. Yeah. I think that the $1.90 or whatever you're focusing on is irrelevant to me. It's a principle of the matter. This was collected off ratepayers a year or so ago, it needs to go back to those ratepayers. We have another surplus coming at the end of this year. And I think for them to accept that we're going to put that in a pot to use for some fantastic program or whatever it is further down the track is irrelevant. And so that's why I propose this motion that it goes back to those that have paid it in a relatively quick time from when they paid it. Thank you.
Speakers, seconder. Times are tough out there for people. There's a lot of pensioners who are struggling to pay rates as it is, and I think it's time we give something back. And I pick up the point Councillor Mahuta made earlier that we've had a repeated pattern of having surpluses and then keeping them to spend on projects at the very end of the year without necessarily a whole lot of scrutiny about what we're doing. So I think it's time to reverse that process.
Could I have some idea of the cost of the administration processes around doing what is being proposed?
So through the chair, we would effectively just bake that reduction into the rates revenue requirement through the annual plan. So it's not a return to ratepayers in terms of a physical cash back or anything like that. We would just reduce the general rate that we assess for the 25-26 year.
I've got Councillor Nicol.
Yeah, thanks. I still don't support it because I'm surprised none of those people submitted, just as one point, who are calling for this, or very, very, very few. I think it's in the 1 or 2 if I did read it correctly. I do worry about it being election year and it being seen as an opportunity to lower the rates just as that is coming up. Just the optics of that, which you can spew either way. And I think that anyone who's returning next year by being elected again will not thank themselves this year if they vote for this motion. So that's why.
Councillor Hughes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'd just like to support the statements made by the mover and the seconder, and I endorse the comments made by both of them. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, being a democracy, I'd just like to refer back to my comments earlier in the meeting that having circulated this issue amongst my constituents, and the same as yours, Madam Chair, the 100% feedback was to utilise it in a way in which it didn't increase rates. And on that basis, I'm going to support my constituents and not support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this one. Yeah, I just have some reservations about this. I mean, depending on where you sit, the optics could be viewed either way, but also it leaves us a little bit high and dry if there is anything coming that, any weather event or incursion or anything like that. So, yeah, I don't think it's fiscally smart, but anyway, thank you.
All right, we have had 3 speak for and 3 speak against, but Councillor Mahuta, go ahead.
Okay, so trying to figure out, I went back through my notes of all of the budgeting that we've done to get to where we are. So operating within the limitations that we gave the CE, we got that kind of budget back. Then we got feedback on it and now we have the response. So all of that said, I understand how we got to where we got to, but I think unless it's going to cause a significant change in smoothing out the rates going forward, it's our duty to stabilise things in the uncertain times that we're in. But I do accept, Ben, what I was speaking to was that future policy provide better guardrails. So that councils in the future can be assured that when it reaches this tipping point, we have this conversation or this set of deliberations around that. So it's not just seen as wasted excess and we don't fluff up numbers in the future. So that said, I don't support this.
All right. So I'm going to put this, yeah. So we'll go ahead and put this motion.
Alrighty, I've highlighted the motion on the screen that Council approves the return of 2.545 million to ratepayers from the 24-25 operating surplus of 4.495 million, equating to a financial year 25-26 rates reduction of approximately 1.7%. I'll call your names as usual. Can you please indicate if you support, oppose or abstain from the motion, and remember to use your mics, please. Councillor Clarkson.
Oppose.
Councillor Cookson.
For.
Councillor Downard.
For.
Councillor Dunbar-Smith.
Support.
Councillor Graff.
Support.
Councillor Hodge.
Support.
Councillor Hughes.
Support.
Councillor Kneebone.
Oppose.
Councillor Marr.
Support.
Councillor Mahuta. Councillor Nicol.
Oppose.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Story.
Oppose.
Councillor Strange.
Oppose. Ah, you love it.
I've taken my time this
You'll
time.
love it.
Yep. The vote is tied 7-7. The chair may exercise the casting vote should they so wish.
Now the chair's got to maintain the status quo, which is don't give it back.
Oppose.
The motion is lost.
Y'all make me earn my money. Hey. All right. So what have we got left?
So Dave, just to check that number, the 152 should be 152,584, please. Yeah, and 5.7 is fine.
We have division on this too, please, Madam Chair.
Yep. So again, a reminder that this brings us under the 8.6 signaled in our LTP and the 5.9 that we went out to consultation with. So well done in getting us this far, everyone. So we've got a mover and Councillor Mahuta. Do I have a second? Councillor Kneebone. All those in favor? Oh, wait a minute. Somebody called a division, did they? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was me.
Right.
I'm like, what?
Madam
What are
Chair.
you doing over there? What are you cooking up over there?
Ma-
All right.
Madam Chair.
Let's.
Could I just could I just respectfully ask everyone why we want a division? Because everyone has gone through and had their votes recorded where they so wanted.
Yep.
We've got to have an annual plan. None of us want to go back and do it again. We've all had our views recorded.
We've consulted publicly.
A division was called for
Understand it.
by Councillor Downard, so he reserves the right
Been
to
called
do that.
for.
Thank you.
Yep. All right.
Okay. So we've got a division called. The resolution on the floor is that the council approves the 2025-26 annual plan budget with an estimated total rates revenue requirement and increase in rates revenue from current ratepayers of 152.584 million, with an estimated increase in rates revenue from current ratepayers of 5.7% in 2025-26.
Yes. Speak. Yeah.
Approves that, as amended through the annual plan process, because is it the annual plan budget that was published, or is it the annual plan budget that we've achieved after the deliberations? Because I'm being pedantic, but which one are we actually approving? It's after the.
So what you're approving is the final annual plan budget. So in February it was draft annual plan. This is the annual plan budget on which you will set rates.
Yeah, no, I've just been pedantic.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so, and as requested, we're going to go backwards. So, Councillor Cookson. Yeah, I've started with you and I'm going backwards.
It does an annual plan budget. This is setting an annual plan, councillors.
Right. Councillor Clarkson.
Support.
Councillor Strange.
Unexpected. Support.
Councillor Story.
Support.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Nicol. Councillor Mahuta. Councillor Ma.
Support.
Councillor Kneebone.
Support.
Councillor Hughes.
Support.
Councillor Hodge.
Support.
Councillor Graff.
Oppose.
Councillor Dunbar Smith.
Oppose.
Councillor Downard.
Oppose.
The motion is carried, 11 votes to 3.
Thank you, everyone. All right. So that motion was carried. You've just said that. Okay, sweet. Fantastic. That's the last of everything. Nothing else we need to mop up. No other sweeping up of anything. Nope. We're all good. Well done, everyone. I know that every time we go through this, it feels like a long process, something that we start early February, and here we are late May. And I just want to commend everybody for sticking with it. I appreciate it. I appreciate how everybody has brought their ideas to the table, thrashed things out, talked to each other. That's really, we've come a long way. And I just want to acknowledge that. All right, so with that, we will close with a karakia.
Madam Chair, unahia mai te uru tapanui, kia wātia, kia mama, te nākau, te tinana, te hinanaro. E te ara takatu, koira rā e rongo, e whakaria aki ke runga, kia tina, haumie, huie, tai kie.
All right, we'll declare the meeting closed at 2:32 p.m. Well done, everyone.